Hello everyone. I'm here to help you relax tonight. I know many of you use this video to fall asleep. So, before you get cozy, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let me know where you're watching from and what time it is there. Story 1. Before you close your eyes tonight, I want you to imagine something. Imagine a woman checking into a hotel. She's calm, polite, well-dressed, dark hair, a soft accent nobody can quite place. She signs the guest register in careful handwriting. But the name she writes isn't hers. It's never hers. Because over the 8 months before she dies, this woman will check into hotels across an entire country using at least 9 different false identities, 9 names, 9 passports that were never found, 9 lives that all led to the same ending. And then, on a grey November morning in 1970, in a lonely valley outside Bergen, Norway, a father and his 2 young daughters will be out for a Sunday hike. And they will find her. What's left of her? Burned almost beyond recognition, laid out among blackened stones in a hollow so remote that no one could have heard her, whoever she was, if she'd screamed. The Norwegian police looked at the scene. They looked at her stomach, full of undigested sleeping pills. They looked at the burns covering nearly her entire body. And a few weeks later, they stood in front of the press and said one word: suicide. Almost nobody who worked the case ever believed it, because the woman lying in that valley had spent months meticulously erasing herself. Every clothing label, cut out. Every fingerprint, sanded down to nothing. Every trace of a real name, buried under a pile of false ones. Somebody, or something, had turned this woman into a ghost long before she ever reached that valley. More than 50 years later, we still don't know her name. This is the story of the Isdal woman. And I want to warn you now, there is no tidy ending here. No arrest. No confession. Just a woman, a mystery, and a country that has never been able to stop asking who she was. Get comfortable. Let your body sink into the bed. And let's walk into the valley together. Settle in. Turn the lights down if you haven't already. What I'm about to tell you is real. Every name, every date, every strange detail comes from actual case files, actual newspaper archives, actual forensic reports gathered across more than 50 years. I'm not going to rush through it. I want you to feel the cold of that valley. I want you to feel the years pass. And somewhere in the middle of all of it, I want you to drift, because that's what this story does to people. It settles into you slowly, the way fog settles into a valley at dusk. Isdalen. In Norwegian, it means ice valley. Locals sometimes call it something darker, Death Valley, because long before 1970, hikers had stumbled onto more than one body among its slopes. It's a narrow, steep-sided gash of land just outside Bergen, Norway's second largest city, a place of jagged rock faces and thin hiking trails that wind between boulders and stunted trees. It is beautiful in the way that remote, indifferent places are beautiful. It does not care who walks through it, and it does not care who never walks out. On the morning of November 29, 1970, a man was hiking through Isdalen with his 2 young daughters. It was a Sunday. Cold, the way late Norwegian autumns are cold, a dampness that gets into your bones before you've noticed the temperature at all. The little group made their way along the base of a rocky slope on the northern face of the valley, footsteps crunching over frost-hardened ground. And then the smell reached them before the sight did. Burned flesh has a smell that the human brain never quite forgets once it's smelled it, and it was that smell that made the father stop, hold his daughters back, and look ahead into a small hollow among the rocks. There, in a shallow depression surrounded by scorched stone, lay the body of a woman. She was almost unrecognizable. The fire that had consumed her had done catastrophic damage. Her face was burned away, her hair gone, much of her body reduced to a state that would make even identifying her sex, at first glance, difficult. Her right arm lay folded across her chest. Her left arm was outstretched in front of her, bent sharply at the elbow, fingers curled, a position some of the investigators who arrived that day would later describe as almost defensive. As if, in her final moments, she had been trying to push something, or someone, away. Scattered around her were the remnants of a life someone had tried very hard to make disappear. A melted plastic water bottle, broken glass from what might have been more bottles, a pair of rubber boots, a burned fur hat, what may have once been the plastic cover of a passport, now curled and warped beyond recognition by heat. An umbrella. The police were called. And what they found when they began working the scene only deepened the strangeness of what they were looking at. There was no evidence of any external fire source nearby, no charred trees, no scorched grass leading up to a central point, nothing to suggest an out-of-control blaze that had simply consumed a person caught in the wrong place. The burning appeared confined almost entirely to her body. Whatever had happened here, someone, possibly the woman herself, possibly someone standing over her, had made sure the fire did its job thoroughly. An autopsy would later reveal she had ingested a large quantity of sleeping pills, enough to be significant, though whether it was purely to end her own life or to render her helpless before someone else acted was something investigators could never conclusively determine. Soot was found in her airway, which told them something important. She had still been breathing when the fire began. Whatever killed her, the pills, the smoke, the flames themselves, she had not been placed there already dead. She had been alive when it started. The police stood over what remained of a human being with no name, no face, and, they would soon discover, apparently no fingerprints, because whoever she was had filed them down to smooth, featureless skin at the tips of her fingers, sometime before her death. Someone had taken extraordinary steps to make sure that if this woman died, no one would ever know who she had been. Think about that for a moment, because I want it to sit with you the way it sat with the investigators standing in that valley in 1970. Filing down your own fingertips is not something a person does on impulse. It's not something you do in a single panicked afternoon. It takes repeated, deliberate effort, over time, against real physical pain, because your body wants those ridges back. Skin heals, fingerprints regenerate unless the damage goes deep enough to scar the dermis permanently. Whoever did this to the woman in Edan did it thoroughly enough, and repeated it often enough, that by the time she died, her fingertips were smooth, featureless, a blank where a name should have been. It's the kind of detail that, once you hear it, changes the entire shape of a story, because a woman who simply wanted to end her life doesn't usually spend months sanding away her own identity first. That kind of preparation belongs to someone protecting a secret far bigger than her own death. The investigators who stood over her that morning didn't know any of this yet, not the layers of it, not the fingerprints or the passports or the wigs. All they knew, in that first cold hour, was that they were looking at a woman who had died in a way almost engineered to erase her, and that whatever they were about to uncover was not going to be simple. They were right. If the body in the valley raised questions, what police found next multiplied them. Because a burned corpse with no identification is, unfortunately, not unheard of. Suicides happen in remote places. People disappear and are found again, tragically, changed by fire or water or time. What made this case different? What turned the Edan woman from a sad anonymous death into one of the most enduring mysteries in modern European history was what investigators found when they started retracing her steps. Police released details of items found at the scene to the press, hoping someone might recognize them. It worked. A shopping bag near the body led them to a store in Bergen, and eventually to an employee who remembered selling a pair of rubber boots, identical to the ones found near the body, to a woman matching a general description. That single sale opened the door to an entire trail. Following it, police discovered that in the days before her death, the woman had checked bags into left luggage storage at the Bergen train station. When they retrieved and opened those bags, they found 2 suitcases. Inside was, essentially, an entire secret life. Wigs. Several of them, different styles, different colors, the tools of someone who needed to change her appearance quickly and convincingly, more than once. Clothing, expensive and well-made, purchased from stores across several different European countries. A pair of sunglasses. Cosmetics. And notebooks, pages of handwriting in a code that police could not immediately decipher, filled with what looked like travel notes, dates, city names, sometimes numbers that resembled currency exchange calculations. Some entries appeared to reference cities she had passed through. Others appeared far more cryptic. And the labels. Every single label, on every piece of clothing in both suitcases, and on the clothing she had been wearing when she died, had been carefully removed. Not torn out in a hurry. Removed. Deliberately, patiently, by someone who had sat down with each individual garment and made absolutely certain that nothing stitched into the fabric could ever point back to a store, a country, a name. This was not the packing of a woman fleeing in a panic. This was the packing of someone who had spent a long time making herself impossible to trace, and who had been doing it for months. Picture the scene in the evidence room in Bergen as investigators went through those 2 suitcases piece by piece. Each garment lifted out, turned over, examined at the collar and the waistband where a label should have been, and finding, again and again, only the faint stitching marks where fabric had once been sewn to fabric before someone, patiently, with scissors or a seam ripper, removed every trace. Multiply that by dozens of items of clothing, and you start to understand the scale of what this woman, or someone working on her behalf, had done. This wasn't paranoia. This was procedure. The kind of procedure you'd expect from someone who had been trained to think about what happens after they are gone, not just while they are alive. And then there were the notebooks. Pages of handwriting, dense and small, filled with entries that resisted easy interpretation. Some looked like ordinary travel notes, the kind anyone might jot down while moving through unfamiliar cities. Names of streets, perhaps hotel names, what might have been currency conversions scratched into the margins as she moved between different national currencies. But other entries were stranger. Sequences of numbers and letters that didn't correspond to any known code the Norwegian police had on file. Words that seemed to be shorthand for something else entirely. Phrases repeated across different pages in slightly different forms, as if she were tracking or recording something methodically over time. To this day, portions of those notebooks have never been fully or conclusively decoded. Investigators began pulling hotel registers from across Norway, hoping the boots and the suitcases might connect to a wider trail. They found one, an extensive one. Hotel by hotel, city by city, Norwegian police began piecing together the movements of a woman who, for the better part of 1970, had crisscrossed their country using at least 9 separate aliases. Genevieve Lancia, Claudia Tielt, Claudia Nielsen, Alexia Zana Merches, Vera Jal, Elizabeth Leenhaufer. Names that sounded French, Belgian, vaguely continental, names attached to fabricated passport numbers, because to check into a hotel in Norway in 1970, a foreign guest needed to present travel documents. Which meant that somewhere, this woman had been in possession of multiple fake or forged passports under multiple identities, a level of resourcing and sophistication that a private individual acting entirely alone would have found extraordinarily difficult to arrange. Hotel staff who remembered had described a similar woman across nearly every sighting, regardless of which name she'd used to check in. She was elegant, reserved, well-dressed in a way that suggested money, or at least good taste and the means to indulge it. She spoke several languages, French, some German, some Flemish, but her English, when she used it, was noticeably poor, halting, heavily accented. She kept to herself. She paid, when possible, in cash. She rarely stayed anywhere for very long. She had first arrived in Norway, investigators determined, in March of 1970, staying for several weeks before apparently leaving the country. She returned again at the end of October, just about a month before her death, and stayed continuously until the night she died in Isdalen. One sighting in particular would come to fascinate investigators and true crime researchers alike for decades. A waitress at one of the hotels recalled the woman dining on more than one occasion seated near, and apparently in conversation with, men she believed to be German naval officers, present in Norway at the time. It was a small detail, easily overlooked, except for what it seemed to imply, that whoever this woman was, she wasn't simply a tourist keeping quiet company with herself in unfamiliar hotel restaurants. She had contacts, company, people who, in a different context, might have had access to exactly the kind of resources, multiple passports, forged identities, discretion, that her movements across Norway seemed to require. It was 1970. The Cold War sat over northern Europe like a low ceiling of cloud that never quite lifted. Norway, sharing a northern border with the Soviet Union and hosting NATO military installations, was not the sleepy neutral country outsiders sometimes imagined. It was a place where intelligence services, on both sides of the Iron Curtain, quietly operated. A woman traveling under multiple false identities, staying near military personnel, filing her own fingerprints down to nothing, carrying coded notebooks, and ultimately dying in a way almost engineered to prevent identification, to more than a few investigators, that didn't sound like the profile of a runaway housewife or a woman in the grip of a private despair. It sounded like tradecraft. It sounded like someone who had been trained. Let's slow down here for a moment, because I think it's worth really sitting inside the geography and the politics of 1970 Norway to understand why this detail mattered so much to investigators. Norway shares a long northern border with the Soviet Union, the only NATO member state at the time that did. Along that border, and throughout the country, both Western and Eastern intelligence services maintained a quiet but very real presence, watching military installations, monitoring shipping lanes, tracking the movement of personnel and equipment through a region that mattered far more strategically than its quiet fishing villages and mountain valleys might suggest to an outsider. Into this landscape steps a woman with no verifiable identity, fluent in multiple continental European languages, carrying forged travel documents under at least 9 different names, dining near naval offices, and moving through the country in patterns that don't obviously map onto tourism, business, or any ordinary explanation for cross-country travel. Was she an intelligence operative herself? A courier, carrying something, information, funds, instructions, between parties who needed a face nobody could trace? Or was she something adjacent to that world without being fully inside it? Someone who had, for reasons we may never know, become entangled with people who operated by very different rules than she did. We don't know. That's the uncomfortable, honest answer, and it's one this story is going to keep circling back to. But the shape of the evidence, the tradecraft, the timing, the company she apparently kept, has been enough, for over 50 years, to keep the espionage theory not just alive, but arguably the leading explanation among the investigators, journalists, and researchers who have spent the most time with this case. By December of 1970, less than a month after the body was found, Norwegian police called a press conference. They announced their conclusion: the woman in Isdalen had died by suicide. She had, in their determination, taken a large quantity of sleeping pills and then set herself on fire in a remote valley where she was unlikely to be found in time to be saved, if she was found at all. The case was formally closed in February of 1971. Unable to identify her and unwilling to leave her remains indefinitely unclaimed, police arranged for her burial in an unmarked grave at Mollendal Cemetery in Bergen. Because the false names she had used to check into hotels were frequently the names of Catholic saints, investigators guessed she might have been Catholic herself, and she was given a Catholic burial. Only a small number of police officers attended, and, in a detail that speaks volumes about just how unresolved the case truly was in the minds of the people working it, she was buried in a zinc-lined coffin. Zinc slows decomposition. It is not what you use for someone whose story is finished. It is what you use for someone you suspect you might need to dig up again. Decades later, several of the officers who had worked the case, or their families, would say publicly what many suspected privately at the time. Almost nobody in that investigation truly believed the suicide ruling. Some described a sense, even then, that the case had been closed faster than the evidence warranted, that someone, somewhere above them, wanted this file shut and shelved before it grew into something larger and considerably more diplomatically inconvenient. If the Isdal woman had indeed been connected to intelligence activity, whether as an agent, a courier, or something else entirely, a public investigation into her death risked dragging Cold War intelligence operations, potentially involving multiple nations, directly into the open. A quiet suicide ruling made all of that go away, at least officially. For nearly 50 years, that's exactly what happened. The file was closed. The woman was buried. And Norway moved on. Except it didn't, not really. Because unsolved mysteries with this many strange, specific, unresolved details don't stay buried. They wait. Throughout the decades that followed, the Isdal woman never fully vanished from Norwegian memory. Journalists occasionally revisited the case. True crime writers referenced it, and a persistent thread of amateur and semi-professional investigators kept circling back to the same unanswered questions. Who was she? Was she really a spy? And if someone had killed her, who and why? Then, in 2016, nearly 50 years after her death, something changed. Norwegian public broadcaster NRK, working in partnership with the BBC, launched a full re-investigation into the case, this time with access to forensic tools and techniques that simply hadn't existed in 1970. What they found didn't solve the mystery, but it sharpened it considerably. Forensic analysis of the isotopes in the enamel of the Isdal woman's teeth, a technique that can reveal information about the water and food a person consumed during childhood, and therefore where they likely grew up, indicated she had probably spent her early childhood somewhere along the border region shared by France and Germany. Around the age of 14 or so, the isotope signatures shifted, suggesting she may have moved, possibly into the border areas shared by Germany, France, Luxembourg, and Belgium. Her estimated age at death, based on more advanced skeletal and dental analysis, was placed closer to 40 than the 30 investigators had originally estimated in 1970. It was progress, real, tangible progress toward understanding who this woman had once been, long before she became a series of aliases in a hotel guest book. But a region of origin isn't a name. And even armed with new science, the reinvestigation ultimately hit the same wall the original one had. Without dental records or fingerprints to compare against a specific missing person, without a family member ever coming forward, the trail simply ran cold again. The renewed attention did, however, do something else. It reopened public debate about whether suicide had ever been the right conclusion at all. The most recent, and in some ways the most explosive, development in the Isdal woman case didn't come from a police laboratory. It came from an amateur, a professional fact-checker, someone whose ordinary work involved untangling disputed claims for insurance cases, and who wished to remain anonymous when speaking publicly, became fascinated by the case after listening to the BBC's podcast investigation. Working independently, largely in her own time, she began building out a private research file. What started as curiosity became, over time, a document running well over 100 pages, carefully cross-referencing dates, travel patterns, financial records, and archival documents. Her research led her somewhere very specific, to Switzerland, and to a notorious Geneva-based banker with documented ties to funding right-wing extremist and terrorist causes, and with a well-documented personal admiration for Adolf Hitler. She brought her findings to a major Swiss newspaper, and further digging by journalists there uncovered a supporting document from the Swiss Federal Archives that appeared to corroborate at least part of her thesis, connecting the timeline and geography of the Isdal woman's final months in Norway to activity linked to this same banker's circle, set against the broader turbulence gripping Switzerland's intelligence and financial underworld in the early 1970s. A respected Swiss forensic psychiatrist, brought in to review the core case files as part of this renewed inquiry, offered his own professional assessment, stated plainly, suicide, in his judgment, was very unlikely. Too much about the case, he said, pointed toward the involvement of a third party. And so, more than 50 years after a father and his 2 daughters walked into a valley outside Bergen and found a woman burning among the rocks, the case of the Isdal woman remains exactly what it has always been, a trail of tantalizing, half-answered questions that lead somewhere just out of reach. A woman with no name. A death with no confirmed cause. A life erased so thoroughly, so deliberately, that even now, with modern forensic science, international journalism, and decades of dedicated amateur and professional investigation behind it, we still cannot say for certain who she was, why she came to Norway, or what, exactly, happened to her in that lonely hollow among the rocks. Before we settle into the ending, I want to give you the full picture, because a story this strange has never had just one theory attached to it. Over 50 years, investigators, journalists, and amateur researchers have proposed several competing explanations, and it's worth walking through each of them slowly, the way the people who've spent their lives on this case have had to. The suicide theory, officially the closed explanation, does have some evidence behind it, even if most who worked the case doubted it. She had, undeniably, ingested a large quantity of sleeping pills. People in genuine psychological crisis do sometimes travel far from home, do sometimes use false names out of shame or a desire not to be found and stopped, and do sometimes choose remote, difficult-to-reach locations specifically so they won't be discovered in time to be saved. Under this theory, the fingerprints, the wigs, the coded notebooks, all of it belonged to a woman running from something entirely personal, a broken marriage, a criminal past, a family she'd abandoned, a life she wanted no one to ever trace back to her final days. It's possible, but it strains to explain the sheer scale and sophistication of what she did to erase herself, and it does very little to explain who would supply an ordinary private citizen with multiple forged passports. The espionage theory, which we've already spent time with, remains the most enduring explanation precisely because so many individual details point toward it at once. The aliases, the forged documents, the company she kept, the notebooks, even the method of her death, which some investigators have suggested resembles techniques historically associated with certain intelligence services for eliminating an operative who has become a liability, in a way designed to look like a personal, private act rather than an assassination. The trafficking or exploitation theory is a darker, and in some ways a much sadder, possibility that has received comparatively less attention over the decades but deserves to be said plainly. Under this theory, the wigs, the false names, and the constant movement weren't the tools of an intelligence operative but the tools of someone controlling this woman, someone who moved her from city to city, hotel to hotel, under different identities, for purposes that had nothing to do with national security and everything to do with exploitation, and who ultimately decided she had become too dangerous, or too much of a liability, to keep alive. The organized crime theory occupies similar territory. Smuggling networks in post-war Europe often relied on couriers who could move across borders under multiple identities, carrying money, documents, or goods that needed to stay hidden from customs and law enforcement alike. Under this reading, a death might have been the result of a deal gone wrong, a debt unpaid, or simply a courier who knew too much. And then there is the theory that unsettles people the most, precisely because it offers no larger conspiracy, no shadowy organization, nothing except one very simple, very human explanation. That this was a woman who, for reasons entirely her own, wanted to disappear completely, to shed every trace of who she had been and become, for a while, someone else, moving anonymously through a country where nobody knew her, and that her death, whether by her own hand or someone else's, was simply the final, tragic chapter of a life spent in hiding for reasons we will now, in all likelihood, never fully understand. Every one of these theories has holes. Every one of them explains some of the evidence and fails to explain the rest. And that, more than any single detail, is what has kept the Isdal woman case alive in the public imagination for over half a century. It isn't one clean, chilling answer. It's a story that refuses to resolve, no matter which direction you pull it. Here is what we know, when you strip away theory and speculation and leave only fact. A woman, likely in her late 30s or 40s, probably raised somewhere along the borderlands of France, Germany, Belgium, and Luxembourg, spent the final 8 months of her life moving through Norway under at least 9 false identities, carrying multiple wigs, coded notebooks, and forged travel documents, meeting on at least one occasion with military personnel, and taking the extraordinary, almost surgical step of removing her own fingerprints before her death. On the night of November 29, 1970, she was alive, breathing, when a fire consumed her body in a remote valley outside Bergen, a valley with no natural fire source nearby, no accidental explanation, nothing except a woman, some scattered belongings, and a silence that has now lasted more than half a century. She was buried in a zinc coffin, in ground that could be reopened if the right name ever surfaced. It never has. Her grave in Mollendal Cemetery still exists today, marked with a small stone that identifies her only as Ukjent Kvin, the unknown woman. Somewhere, in the years before 1970, this woman had a childhood, a family, perhaps a name she answered to at a kitchen table, in a language she spoke without an accent. Someone taught her to speak French and German and Flemish. Someone, at some point, may have taught her a great deal more than that, how to build a false identity, how to disappear on command, how to make sure that if the worst ever happened, there would be nothing left for anyone to trace back to her real life. If that's true, then somewhere, decades ago, whoever trained her got exactly what they wanted. She became untraceable. So untraceable that even in death, even now, in an age of DNA databases and isotope analysis and international forensic collaboration, she remains a woman without a name. Somewhere, there may still be a family who never learned what happened to a daughter, a sister, a mother who simply stopped coming home in the winter of 1970. They lit no candles for her, because they had no grave to light them at. They asked no questions to police, because they didn't know which country's police to ask. And in a quiet cemetery in Bergen, under grey Norwegian skies, an unmarked woman has waited more than 50 years for someone, anyone, to finally say her name. We still don't know if they ever will. I think about the little details most, when I sit with this case at night. The way her left arm was bent, reaching out, fingers curled, as though caught mid-motion, reaching towards something, or pushing something away, and we will never know which. The careful, patient work of removing every clothing label, one at a time, weeks or months before anyone would ever need them removed. The 9 names she answered to, each one a small performance, a woman stepping into a slightly different version of herself every time she crossed a hotel threshold, until even she might have started to lose track of which version was closest to the truth. Somewhere, in a childhood she could never fully erase no matter how many labels she cut away, there was a real name. A mother who said it, a teacher who called it out in a classroom near the French-German border, decades before any of this began. A version of this woman who had never heard of Bergen, never touched a wig, never needed to know how to forge a passport or file down a fingertip. That girl grew into a woman who became, by the end, almost entirely constructed, a person built out of aliases and disguises and careful omissions, so thoroughly reconstructed that when she finally died, there was almost nothing underneath left to identify. If you're the kind of person who has trouble sleeping with unanswered questions sitting on your chest, I understand if this one lingers. It's lingered in Norway for over 50 years. It has outlived the police officers who first found her, outlived the journalists who first wrote about her, outlived nearly everyone who was alive and adult in November of 1970. It will very likely outlive all of us too. But there's something almost peaceful in that, if you let there be. Somewhere, a woman who spent the last months of her life being no one in particular, deliberately, carefully, completely, has now spent over 50 years being remembered by strangers all over the world, in podcasts and documentaries and quiet conversations like this one, at this hour, in the dark. She is unknown, but she is not forgotten, and maybe, in the end, that's its own kind of resting place. Story 2. I need to tell you about a little boy who didn't have a name for 6 to 5 years. Not because no one loved him, not because no one wondered where he'd gone, but because somewhere, someone made absolutely sure that when his small body was found on the side of a quiet road outside Philadelphia in 1957, there would be nothing on him, or near him, or about him, that could ever lead police back to who he was. For 6 to 5 years, police and volunteers and amateur detectives all over the country tried everything to give this child back his name. They exhumed his body. They circulated hundreds of thousands of flyers. They compared his face, painstakingly reconstructed by forensic artists, against missing children's photos from every state in the country. They gave him a headstone that read, simply, America's Unknown Child. And for over 6 decades, that's exactly what he remained. Then, in December of 2022, using a piece of science that didn't even exist when this boy died, Philadelphia police stood in front of television cameras and said his name out loud for what may have been the first time since the day he disappeared from public record entirely. But here's the part that will stay with you long after this video ends. Even now, even with his name restored, even with photographs and school records, and a birth certificate somewhere with his tiny footprint on it, nobody has ever been arrested. Nobody has ever been charged. The person, or people, who beat this little boy, starved him, and left him wrapped in a blanket inside a cardboard bassinet box on the side of a road, has never faced a single consequence. This is the story of the boy in the box. Get comfortable. This one is going to be hard to hear. But I think, more than almost any case I know, it's one that deserves to be heard all the way through. It was February 25th, 1957, a cold Monday in Philadelphia's Fox Chase neighborhood, the kind of overcast late winter day that makes everything look a little gray and a little tired. A young man named Frederick Benones was driving along Susquehanna Road when he spotted something moving in the brush off to the side. A rabbit, he thought, caught perhaps in one of the muskrat traps that were sometimes set in the wooded area nearby. He pulled his car over and walked into the undergrowth to get a closer look. What he found instead of a rabbit was a large cardboard box, the kind department stores used at the time to ship bassinets, the crib-like beds meant for newborn infants. The box had originally held a J.C. Penney bassinet. Someone had used it for something entirely different. Inside, wrapped in a cheap cotton blanket, was the body of a small boy. Benones was, understandably, deeply shaken by what he'd found. In a detail that still unsettles investigators looking back at the case, he did not report it to police immediately. He left the scene and didn't come forward to authorities until the following day. It's a small human failure, a moment of shock and avoidance that cost investigators almost no time in the broader scope of the case. but which speaks to just how disturbing the discovery must have been for an ordinary person encountering it completely unprepared. When Philadelphia police finally arrived at the scene, what they found only deepened the horror. The boy was naked. His body was covered in bruises, in scars, some old, some new, the marks of a childhood that had clearly involved sustained, repeated physical abuse rather than a single isolated incident. He appeared severely malnourished, his small frame far thinner than a healthy child's should have been. His hair looked as though it had been cut, crudely and recently, possibly in an attempt to alter his appearance before he was left there. Investigators determined that he had died from blunt force trauma to the head. Estimates of his age varied. Investigators at the time placed him somewhere between 3 and 7 years old, unable to pin the number down more precisely given the state of his remains and the limits of 1950s forensic science. Whoever he was, he had likely been dead for only a few days before Benoni's stumbled onto the box, which meant that somewhere, very recently, this child had been alive, hurting, hungry, and in the hands of someone who ultimately decided to end his life and discard his body on the side of a road like something to be thrown away. Police immediately began working the scene, and one man in particular would carry the memory of that day with him for the rest of his life. Bill Kelly, a fingerprint expert with the department, took the boy's fingerprints directly at the scene, a small, procedural act that nonetheless meant kneeling beside a murdered child's body and pressing his tiny fingers, one at a time, onto an ink pad and a CAD, hoping against hope that somewhere in a national database, a match would come back and give this boy his name. According to Kelly's family, the image of that boy never left him. He is remembered as having carried it with him, literally, they say, seeing it whenever he closed his eyes, until the day he died, having never learned the boy's identity himself. No match ever came. What followed was one of the largest identification efforts Philadelphia, and arguably the country, had ever mounted for a single unidentified victim. Police distributed flyers with the boy's photograph, carefully retouched by a police artist to soften the appearance of death, to make him look, as much as possible, like a sleeping child rather than a murder victim, by the tens of thousands throughout Philadelphia and the surrounding region. They were placed in gas stations, mailed with utility bills, handed out at public events. Radio broadcasts described him. Newspapers ran his photo on their front pages. For a brief period in 1957, the entire city of Philadelphia was looking for a name to attach to that small, painfully young face. And nothing came of it. No one called to say a neighbor's child was missing. No relative came forward wondering where a nephew or grandson had gone. No teacher noticed an empty desk that had once belonged to him. It was as if this little boy had simply never existed in any official record anyone could locate. No school enrollment, no hospital visit, no vaccination record, nothing that cross-referenced against the name police could act on. The case took on almost mythic proportions within Philadelphia law enforcement. Detectives assigned to it in later decades would sometimes speak of feeling almost personally obligated to the boy, an inherited responsibility passed from one generation of investigators to the next, each one determined to be the detective who finally closed the file. Some officers reportedly kept photographs of the boy in their wallets or on their desks for years, even decades, as a private, ongoing reminder. In 1998, more than 40 years after his death, the boy's body was exhumed. Forensic science had advanced considerably since 1957, and investigators hoped that a fresh examination, combined with a new round of testing, might yield answers the original autopsy had missed. He was reburied afterward, this time with a proper headstone, donated by the Vidocq Society, a Philadelphia-based group of forensic experts and retired law enforcement professionals dedicated to solving cold cases. The stone read simply, "America's Unknown Child." Beneath the words, someone had added a small, aching epitaph, that even though he had no name, he would not be forgotten. For years, people who had never known him in life visited that grave anyway. They left toys, small stuffed animals, worn soft by other children's hands, propped gently against the headstone of a boy who had died alone and unidentified, as if trying, in some small way, to give him back a piece of the childhood that had been taken from him. Over the decades, as the case remained unsolved, a handful of specific theories developed followings of their own, some substantiated by real investigative work, others closer to local legend, but all of them circulating for so long that they became, in their own way, part of the story itself. One of the most persistent centered on a nearby facility that, in the 1950s, operated as a boarding school and informal foster placement for troubled or unwanted children, some of whom were taken in outside of any formal, documented welfare system. For years, investigators and amateur researchers pursued the theory that the boy might have been a resident there, or connected to a family involved with the institution, and that his death and disposal might have been an attempt by someone connected to that world to avoid the scrutiny and paperwork that would come with a formally reported missing or deceased child. Interviews were conducted. Records, where they existed at all, were combed through. But no conclusive link to the boy was ever firmly established, and the theory, while enduring, was never proven. Another persistent line of investigation focused on families in the surrounding neighborhoods who had, at some point, been reported for suspected abuse or neglect of children who were never fully accounted for afterward. Detectives across multiple decades chased dozens of individual leads along these lines, following up on rumors of children who disappeared from troubled households, cross-referencing old welfare complaints, tracking down relatives of families that had since moved away or dissolved entirely. Every one of these leads, painstakingly followed, eventually ran cold. A more sensational theory, which gained particular traction in true crime circles over the decades, involved a woman investigators identified through an anonymous tip decades after the case began, a woman who reportedly told multiple people over the years, in moments of apparent guilt or confession, that she had witnessed or been involved in the death of a young boy around the time and in the manner consistent with this case. Investigators pursued this lead seriously for a period. It, too, ultimately failed to produce the conclusive evidence needed to close the case, though it remains one of the more actively discussed threads among researchers who have followed the file closely. What all of these theories share, in the end, is the same fundamental problem that has haunted this case since February of 1957. Without a name, there was no family to interview, no household to search, no social circle to pull threads from. Every theory, no matter how promising, eventually crashed into the same wall, a boy with no identity, and therefore, functionally, no starting point. That wall stood for 6 to 5 years. The tool that finally cracked this case didn't exist in any form in 1957, and for most of the boy's decades in an unmarked, then later a marked but nameless, grave, it didn't exist at all. Forensic genetic genealogy is a relatively recent technique that combines traditional DNA analysis with the vast, publicly searchable family tree databases that millions of ordinary people have built over the past 2 decades through consumer genealogy websites. Rather than needing a direct match to a known individual's DNA, the standard approach for most of the 20th century, investigators using this method can identify distant relatives through shared genetic markers, then work outward from those partial matches, building out family trees branch by branch, generation by generation, until the branches converge on a specific individual. It's the same category of technique that, in recent years, helped identify the Golden State Killer and dozens of other previously unidentified victims and offenders across the country. And in the case of the boy in the box, it worked. Investigators, working for years with genetic genealogists, slowly built out a family tree from DNA evidence extracted from the boy's remains, gradually narrowing an enormous web of distant, unknowing relatives down to an increasingly small set of possibilities. Combined with painstaking traditional detective work, cross-referencing birth records, following up on families that matched the emerging genetic picture, and eventually locating a birth certificate that lined up precisely with the boy's estimated age and background, investigators arrived, finally, at a name. On December 8, 2022, Philadelphia Police Commissioner Danielle Outlaw stood at a podium and told the world that the boy in the box, America's unknown child, had a name after all. Joseph Augustus Zarelli. Joseph Augustus Zarelli was born on January 13, 1953, making him 4 years old at the time of his death. The low end of the range investigators had estimated back in 1957, finally confirmed 6 to 5 years later. His birth certificate listed his parents as Mary Elizabeth Abel and Augustus John Zarelli, both lifelong Philadelphia residents. His father passed away in 2014, his mother in 1991, meaning that for decades, both of Joseph's parents lived their entire remaining lives in the very city where their son's unidentified body lay in a grave marked only with a description of what he wasn't, rather than who he was. Investigators determined that at the time of his death, Joseph had been living in the area around 61st and Market Streets in West Philadelphia, geographically not far at all, in a city sense, from the Fox Chase neighborhood where his body was ultimately found. It raised, immediately, one of the most painful and unanswered questions of the entire case. How does a 4-year-old boy, with a name, a birth certificate, and 2 identifiable parents living in the same city, simply vanish from every record, with no one, not a neighbor, not a relative, not a single person in his community, ever coming forward across 6 to 5 years to say they recognized his face on those thousands of circulated flyers? Police were candid in their press conference about how unsettling this particular silence was. Given the sheer scale of the original 1957 publicity campaign, the flyers, the radio broadcasts, the newspaper coverage that blanketed the entire city, investigators expected that someone, somewhere, must have recognized him. Someone must have known this boy existed and then, suddenly, stopped seeing him. And yet, across more than 6 decades, nobody spoke up. That silence remains, in many ways, the darkest unanswered question hanging over this case. It suggests either a family and community so isolated, so cut off from the world around it, that word of a missing local child simply never crossed paths with the citywide search for him, or something far more troubling, that people who did know, who did suspect, who perhaps even knew exactly what had happened to him, made a deliberate choice, sustained across their entire remaining lives, to say absolutely nothing. Investigators emphasized, in the days following the announcement, that identifying Joseph was not the end of the case, but the true beginning of the next phase of it. This remains, formally, an open, active homicide investigation. Someone beat this child badly enough, and repeatedly enough over what appeared to be a period of ongoing abuse, to leave a body covered in old and new bruising and scarring. Someone made the final decision that ended his life. And someone, quite possibly more than one person, made the deliberate choice afterward to strip him naked, wrap him in a cheap blanket, place him inside a discarded bassinet box, and leave him on the side of a road in a neighborhood far from where he lived, apparently hoping he would simply never be identified at all. For 6 to 5 years, that plan worked. Even with a name now attached to this case, staggeringly little else has been resolved. Police have been deliberately circumspect about exactly how Joseph came to be in the specific household or circumstances that led to his death, whether it involved his birth parents directly, other relatives, a foster or informal caregiving arrangement, or someone entirely outside his family. They've indicated that some of Joseph's surviving family members were already known to investigators by the time of the 2022 announcement, but declined to specify who, or where, or in what capacity, leaving open the deeply uncomfortable possibility that people connected to this case, in some way, have been alive and reachable in the Philadelphia area this entire time. Investigators have continued to appeal publicly for anyone who might have known Joseph, a neighbor from the 61st and Market Street area in the 1950s, a relative on either side of his family, anyone who might remember a small boy who simply stopped being seen sometime in early 1957, to come forward with anything they can recall, no matter how small it might seem. It is a strange, quiet kind of tragedy, that after 6 to 5 years of a nameless boy captivating an entire city's grief and determination, the resolution of his identity didn't bring the case to a close. It simply changed the shape of the silence surrounding it. We now know who he was. We still don't know, with any certainty, who did this to him, or why an entire family, an entire neighborhood, seems to have gone quiet and stayed quiet for the rest of their lives. I want to end this one differently than most true crime stories end, because I think Joseph deserves that. For 6 to 5 years, strangers who never knew him in life visited a grave that didn't even have his name on it. They left small toys, stuffed animals, sometimes flowers, sometimes simply a moment of quiet, standing in front of a headstone that described an absence rather than a person, America's unknown child, because that was all anyone could offer him. An acknowledgement that he had existed, that his death mattered, even without knowing who, precisely, they were mourning. That's a strange kind of love, if you think about it. An entire city, across multiple generations of police officers, forensic scientists, journalists, and ordinary residents, refusing to let a boy they never met simply disappear into an unmarked grave and be forgotten. Detectives who kept his photograph in their wallets for decades. A fingerprint examiner who carried the image of that box, and what was inside it, with him until his own death, never once getting the answer he spent a lifetime hoping for. Now, finally, that boy has his name back. Joseph Augustus Zarelli, born January 13th, 1953. A real birthday, a real birth certificate, somewhere in a Philadelphia records office, with a tiny footprint pressed into it by parents who, whatever else happened in the years that followed, once brought a newborn boy home and, presumably, once loved him, at least for a little while. Whoever caused the injuries that led to his death, and whoever made the decision to leave him in that box on the side of Susquehanna Road, has now lived for 65 years, an entire lifetime, without ever answering for it. It's possible that person has already died, carrying the truth into their own grave the way Joseph carried his name into his for 65 years. It's possible they are still alive today, an elderly man or woman somewhere in or around Philadelphia, who has spent 6.5 decades in ordinary daily life, grocery shopping, holidays, birthdays of their own, while a small boy's murder sat unresolved a few miles away. If you take one thing from this story before you close your eyes tonight, let it be this: names matter. Being known, being remembered, being searched for, it matters, even after death, even decades later, even when the trail seems impossibly cold. It took 65 years, but a city that never stopped looking eventually found Joseph's name and gave it back to him. Somewhere out there, his case file is still open, still active, still waiting for one more piece to fall into place. Story 3. Imagine a farmhouse in the Bavarian countryside. Snow on the ground, woods pressing close on every side, and a family inside, going about an ordinary evening, until, one by one, over the course of a single night in March of 1922, all 6 of them are killed. That alone would be a tragedy, a mystery, even if the killer was never caught. But this case has something else, something that has kept true crime researchers, historians, and ordinary people awake at night for over 100 years. Because after the murders, the killer didn't leave. For 3, maybe 4 days, someone stayed inside that farmhouse with 6 dead bodies lying just outside in the barn. They fed the livestock. They lit the stove. They ate the family's food, cooked in the family's kitchen, using the family's own dishes. Smoke was seen rising from the chimney of a house where every single occupant was already dead. And to this day, over 100 years later, we still don't know who that person was. This is the story of Hinterkaifeck, Germany's oldest, most notorious, and most disturbing unsolved murder. Get comfortable. This one gets under your skin slowly, the way cold air seeps through an old farmhouse wall. The Hinterkaifeck farmstead sat in genuine isolation, tucked into a stretch of forest between 2 small Bavarian villages, roughly 40 miles north of Munich. Its name literally meant behind Kaifeck, a description of just how far from the nearest hamlet it actually was, hidden half a mile deep along a narrow track, surrounded on nearly every side by trees. It was the kind of place where a scream might never reach another living soul. The farm was worked and owned by Andreas Gruber, 63 years old, a stern, difficult man known locally for his temper, and his wife Kazilia, 72. Living with them was their adult daughter, 35-year-old Victoria Gabriel, and her 2 children, 7-year-old Kazilia and 2-year-old Joseph. The family had a complicated, uncomfortable history that the surrounding villages knew about, whether or not they spoke of it openly. 7 years earlier, Andreas and Victoria had been accused, tried, and convicted of an incestuous relationship, following an anonymous report to authorities. Andreas served roughly a year in prison. Victoria's sentence, depending on which historical account you read, was somewhere between 1 month and 1 year. Little Joseph, born after this scandal, had long been the subject of village whispers about his true parentage, whispers that were never definitively confirmed, but that hung over the family's reputation for the rest of their lives. In the weeks before the murders, strange things had begun happening at Hinterkaifeck, the kind of small, unsettling details that, in hindsight, read like a checklist for a horror film, except that every one of them is documented in the actual case file. The family's maid had quit some months earlier, reportedly frightened by strange noises she heard coming from the attic at night, noises she and others in the household came to believe meant the house was haunted. Then, about a week before the murders, Andreas Gruber found a newspaper on the property from Munich, a paper nobody in the household had purchased or subscribed to, and one that made no sense showing up there at all. Around the same time, he discovered a set of footprints in freshly fallen snow, leading from the edge of the surrounding woods directly toward the farmhouse. He followed them. They led all the way to the property, and then simply stopped. There were no footprints leading back out. House keys began disappearing without explanation, and Andreas told neighbors he'd heard footsteps above him in the attic on more than one occasion, but every time he went up to check, he found the space completely empty. Andreas Grubber never reported any of this to the police. Hinterkaifeck was, in the collective memory of the region, a quiet, safe place. Whatever unease these incidents caused him, he apparently decided it wasn't serious enough to involve law enforcement. He was wrong. On the night of March 31st, 1922, something entered the Hinterkaifeck farmstead and, over the course of that single evening, killed every person living there. Investigators, piecing together the sequence from the scene left behind, believe that 4 members of the household, Andreas, Kazilia the elder, Victoria, and young Kazilia, were lured, one at a time, out to the barn. Each was struck down there with a mattock, a short-handled farm tool used for breaking up hardened earth, similar to a pickaxe. The killer seemed to work with chilling precision and control, subduing each victim individually rather than attacking the family as a group, which would have risked panic, resistance, or an alarm being raised before the killer could finish. After the 4 in the barn had been killed, the attacker went into the farmhouse itself. There, 2-year-old Joseph was killed in his crib, and the family's brand new maid, 4 to 4-year-old Maria Baumgartner, who had arrived to begin working at the farm for the very first time only that same day, was killed in her bedroom, meaning her entire tenure at Hinterkaifeck, her first day on a new job, ended within hours in the same act of violence that consumed the rest of the household. Autopsies conducted several days later by the court physician determined that the cause of death for all 6 victims was blunt force trauma to the head, consistent with the mattock found buried nearby, presumed to be the murder weapon. The elder Kazilia Grubber showed signs of strangulation in addition to 7 separate blows to the skull. Andreas Grubber's face had sustained such severe trauma that his cheekbones were exposed through what remained of the surrounding flesh. Whoever did this was neither rushed nor careless. They were thorough. And then, having killed all 6 members of the household in a single night, they did something that has puzzled and unsettled investigators for more than a century. They stayed. No one in the surrounding villages initially realized anything was wrong, largely because the Grubber family was known to keep to themselves and rarely interacted much with their neighbors. But by April 1st, the day after the murders, small irregularities began accumulating. Young Kazilia failed to show up for school. The family didn't appear at church that Sunday, where Victoria was known to be an active member of the choir, a noticeable absence for a woman who regularly participated. When Kazilia missed school again on April 3rd, and mail began piling up uncollected at the local post office, neighbors concerned finally reached the point of action. A group of local men, including a neighboring farmer named Lorenz Schlittenbauer, a man who would himself later become one of the case's most persistent and controversial suspects, went to the farm to check on the family. What they found was catastrophic. Following a trail of clues around the property, they eventually discovered the bodies of Andreas, Kazilia, Victoria, and young Kazilia in the barn, stacked together and deliberately covered over with loose hay, as though someone had taken the time to arrange them rather than simply leave them where they fell. Inside the farmhouse itself, they found Joseph and the maid, Maria, in their respective rooms. Word spread quickly through the small community, and by the time investigators from Munich, the nearest police department capable of handling a case this serious, some 4 to 5 miles away, finally arrived at the remote farmstead, dozens of local people had already walked through the property. Neighbors, curious and horrified in equal measure, had moved through the barn and the house, inadvertently trampling, disturbing, and in some cases outright destroying whatever physical evidence might have originally been present. Given the extremely limited forensic capabilities available to investigators in 1922 to begin with, this contamination of the scene may have permanently erased any chance of identifying the killer through physical evidence alone. But it was what investigators found once they began carefully working through the farmhouse itself that turned this from a horrifying massacre into something considerably more disturbing. The livestock on the property had clearly been fed and cared for in the days following the murders, meaning someone had continued the Grubbers' daily farm chores after the family was already dead. Food had been prepared and eaten in the kitchen, using the family's own dishes and provisions, days after the murders occurred. On the kitchen wall, a calendar had been flipped forward to display the date of April 1st, the day after the murders, meaning that someone had deliberately torn away the page for March 31st, the actual date of the killings, after the family was already dead. Neighbors, when interviewed, recalled seeing smoke rising from the farmhouse chimney on days following the murder, smoke from a fire that, by every indication, had to have been lit and maintained by someone other than any of the 6 victims, all of whom were already dead in the barn or in their rooms. Someone had killed this entire family, and then simply moved into their farmhouse for several days afterward, sleeping under their roof, eating their food, tending their animals, while their bodies lay a short distance away. The list of suspects investigators pursued over the following century runs into the dozens. Some accounts place the number at well over 100 individuals questioned or considered at various points across 100 years of periodic reinvestigation. But a handful of names and theories have persisted more than any others. Lorenz Schlittenbauer, the neighboring farmer who led the group that discovered the bodies, drew immediate suspicion, partly because of his prior romantic relationship with Victoria Gabriel. Some accounts suggest he may have fathered one of her children, possibly even young Joseph himself, and partly because of behavior at the scene that struck some investigators as unusually composed, even businesslike, for a man confronting the murder of 6 of his neighbors, including a woman he had once been involved with and a child who may have been his own. He was questioned repeatedly across multiple reinvestigations over the following decades. He was never charged. Carl Gabriel, Victoria's presumed husband, had reportedly been reported killed in action during the First World War several years earlier, but no body was ever definitively recovered or confirmed, leaving open, at least theoretically, the unsettling possibility that he had survived the war, returned in secret, and murdered the family he'd been separated from. This theory has never been substantiated with hard evidence, but it has never been fully closed off either. Some investigators and historians have leaned toward a theory that whoever committed the murders knew the family and the property intimately, the layout of the barn, the household's daily rhythms, where tools were kept, how to move through the property without alerting anyone until it was too late. The methodical, one-by-one killing of the 4 adults and older child in the barn, rather than a chaotic mass attack, suggests planning and familiarity rather than a random opportunistic act by a total stranger. And then there's the detail that unsettles people most. Whoever stayed behind in that house for 3 or 4 days afterward, eating the family's food and sleeping under their roof, did so with an eerie, almost proprietary comfort, as if they felt they belonged there. As if, in some twisted sense, they believed the farm was theirs to occupy. No physical evidence, no confession, and no conclusive theory has ever definitively closed this case. In 2007, Munich police reopened the investigation using modern forensic techniques, hoping that DNA analysis of preserved evidence, including skulls retained from the original 1922 investigation, might finally provide an answer. The reinvestigation identified a shortlist of the most likely suspects from among the historical candidates, but ultimately failed to produce a conclusive match or breakthrough, and the case was once again returned to Germany's unsolved files. In an unusual coda to the case, the Hinterkaifeck farmhouse itself was demolished in 1923, roughly a year after the murders. Local accounts vary on the precise motivation. Some describe simple practicality, a desire by whoever inherited or acquired the property to clear it and rebuild. Others describe a community that had come to view the farmhouse itself with such dread, such superstitious unease, that flattening it entirely felt like the only way to be free of what had happened there. Whatever the reason, the physical structure where 6 people died, and where their killer spent several days living quietly among the aftermath, no longer exists. A small memorial now marks the site. There's something about this case that separates it from other unsolved murders, something that keeps drawing people back to it more than a century later, long after every direct witness, every original investigator, and every plausible suspect has died of old age with the truth, whatever it was, buried alongside them. It's not simply that 6 people were killed, tragic as that is on its own. It's the days that followed. It's the deliberate torn calendar page. It's the smoke from the chimney. It's the food eaten from the family's own dishes, in their own kitchen, by someone who had just killed them all and then, apparently without urgency, without panic, decided to stay. There is something almost incomprehensible about that kind of composure. A person capable of ending 6 lives in a single night and then calmly settling in afterward, tending livestock, cooking meals, living inside the physical space where the violence had just occurred, as though nothing unusual had happened at all. It suggests either a mind so fractured from ordinary human empathy that the horror simply didn't register the way it would for anyone else, or someone so certain of their own safety, so confident that no one would come looking in time, that they felt no need to rush. We will likely never know which. The case remains, over 100 years later, formally unsolved, its most promising suspects long dead, its physical evidence largely lost to a contaminated crime scene and the limits of 1920s forensic science. The farmhouse is gone. The family is gone. And whoever spent those quiet, unhurried days inside Hinterkaifeck's walls, warming themselves by a stove they had no right to light, took the answer with them, wherever they eventually went. Somewhere in Bavaria, under a small stretch of farmland that has long since returned to ordinary agricultural use, 6 people who never got their answer are still waiting for one. If tonight, in your own quiet house, you hear a small sound you can't quite place, the settling of old wood, a draft finding its way through a window frame, try not to think too hard about how long someone could stay somewhere without ever being noticed at all. Story 4. On the night of January 15, 1978, a sorority house full of young women slept behind a door that didn't quite latch. Within 90 minutes, a man would move through that house in the dark, strike 4 of them with a wooden club, and vanish into the Florida night, leaving police in 3 states to finally connect a decade of vanished young women to a face so ordinary, so disarmingly handsome, that witnesses kept insisting he couldn't be the one they were looking for. They were wrong. And by the time everyone believed it, Theodore Robert Bundy had already confessed to more murders than most serial killers commit in a lifetime. And even then, nobody was sure he'd told the truth about all of them. The man nobody suspected. Ted Bundy did not look like a killer, and that was the whole point. He was law school handsome, quick with a joke, active in Washington state politics, and known to friends as thoughtful and reliable. He'd worked a crisis hotline, where he reportedly counseled callers through suicidal despair with genuine skill. This was the mask. Underneath it was a man who, beginning in the early 1970s, started abducting, raping, and murdering young women across the Pacific Northwest, and who got better at hiding it with every kill. His method relied entirely on that ordinary charm. He would approach women in public places, a library, a beach, a parking lot, wearing a fake cast or sling, or carrying books he'd dropped, and ask for help carrying something to his Volkswagen Beetle. It was a small, human request, the kind that made saying no feel unkind. Some women sensed something wrong and walked away. Others didn't get the chance. Between January and July of 1974, women began disappearing around Seattle and the University of Washington campus. Linda Healy, Donna Manson, Susan Rancourt, Roberta Parks, Brenda Ball, Georgianne Hawkins. Then, on a single day in July, 2 more, Janice OTT and Denise Naslund, vanished within hours of each other from the same crowded lake park, both last seen talking to a good-looking man with his arm in a sling who introduced himself as Ted. Witnesses at the park, several of them, would later identify that man as Bundy. At the time, none of them thought to be afraid of him. The investigation widens. By the fall of 1974, the killings shifted east, into Utah, then south into Colorado, following Bundy as he moved for law school and later for work. Nancy Wilcox, Melissa Smith, the daughter of a police chief, Laura Aim, Deborah Kent, all vanished in Utah in October and November of that year. On January 12, 1975, Karen Campbell disappeared from a hotel corridor in Aspen, Colorado, and was found weeks later, murdered, in the snow. Detectives across several jurisdictions were quietly working the same shape of case. A well-spoken young man, a Volkswagen Beetle, a Ted, without yet realizing they were chasing the same person. The break came almost by accident. On the night of August 16, 1975, a Utah Highway Patrol sergeant noticed a tan VW Beetle idling suspiciously near a home in a Salt Lake City suburb. When he tried to pull it over, the driver sped off before stopping. Inside the car, a ski mask, a crowbar, handcuffs, rope, and an ice pick. The driver gave his name as Ted Bundy. He was arrested for evading police, a minor charge, hardly enough to hold a killer. But the strange inventory in his car stuck with investigators. Months later, a survivor named Carol D'Aronch identified Bundy in a lineup. In November 1974, a man posing as a police officer had lured D'Aronch into his car with a story about a break-in at her house, then tried to handcuff and attack her. She fought him off and escaped. Her testimony, combined with the items found in his car, was enough to convict Bundy of aggravated kidnapping in 1976. He was sentenced to 1 to 15 years, a fraction of what his real crimes deserved, because at that point, nobody could yet prove he'd killed anyone. The escapes. Colorado authorities weren't finished with him. They charged Bundy with Karen Campbell's murder and had him extradited to Aspen to stand trial. It should have been the end of the road. Instead, it became one of the strangest chapters in American criminal history. Acting as his own attorney, which gave him access to the courthouse law library, unshackled, Bundy leapt from a second-story window during a recess and disappeared into the Colorado mountains. He was recaptured 6 days later, cold and half-starved, but very much still Ted Bundy, composed, almost amused. It should have taught his captors a lesson. It didn't. On December 30th, 1977, Bundy escaped again, this time by carving a hole in the ceiling of his cell. Having lost enough weight in the preceding weeks to squeeze through the gap into a crawl space, from which he simply walked out of the building. Guards didn't notice he was missing for more than 15 hours. He caught a bus to Chicago and, within days, made his way to Tallahassee, Florida, where he enrolled, under a false name, at Florida State University, living just blocks from the Chi Omega sorority house. Chi Omega. What happened in the early hours of January 15, 1978, remains one of the most violent single episodes of any American serial killer's career. Bundy entered the Chi Omega house through an unlocked back door and moved from room to room in the dark. He beat Margaret Bowman and Lisa Levi to death with a piece of firewood, sexually assaulting Levi as well, and attacked 2 more women in the same house who survived. Less than an hour later, he broke into another house nearby and attacked a 5th young woman, who also survived, thanks in part to a neighbor who heard the disturbance. 3 weeks later, on February 9th, Bundy abducted 12-year-old Kimberly Leach from her middle school in Lake City, Florida. She would be his final and youngest known victim. The last arrest. On February 15, 1978, a Pensacola police officer ran the plates on a Volkswagen with its headlights off at 1:30 in the morning and discovered they'd been reported stolen. When the officer tried to detain the driver, a violent struggle broke out. Bundy nearly escaped again. In custody, he refused to give his name, until, finally, almost theatrically, he did. "My name is Ted Bundy. I wish I had killed you." What followed was one of the most closely watched trials in American history, the first to be televised nationally. Bundy, representing himself for parts of it, turned the courtroom into a stage, cross-examining witnesses and sparring with the judge over his cell conditions. It didn't work. Forensic evidence, including bite marks Bundy had left on Lisa Levy's body, tied him unmistakably to the Chi Omega murders. On July 24, 1979, he was convicted and sentenced to death. A second trial for Kimberly Leach's murder in 1980 produced the same result. The confessions. Bundy spent nearly a decade on death row filing appeals, always maintaining a kind of eerie control over his own narrative. In the days before his execution in January 1989, he finally began confessing, to FBI agents, to detectives from multiple states, and in a series of interviews to journalist and law enforcement consultant Bill Hagmaier and others who had spent years trying to understand him. He walked through killings in Washington, Utah, Colorado, and Florida, admitting to at least 30 murders, though he hinted, almost proudly, that the real number was higher. Investigators to this day believe some of his earliest victims, possibly dating back to his teenage years in Tacoma, were never identified. He was executed by electric chair at Florida State Prison on January 24, 1989. Outside the prison, a crowd gathered, some cheering, holding signs, at the moment of his death, a scene almost unheard of at an American execution, testament to just how deeply his crimes had frightened and transfixed the country. Why it still matters. Bundy's case reshaped how investigators think about serial offenders. Before him, the assumption was that predators looked the part, disheveled, obviously threatening. Bundy proved that assumption dangerously wrong, and law enforcement training on offender profiling changed because of it. His case also drove home an uncomfortable truth that true crime as a genre keeps circling back to. The danger was never a monster in the shadows. It was a man asking, politely, for help carrying his books to the car. Story 5. For over 4 decades, he had no name. Investigators called him the East Area Rapist, then the original Night Stalker. Then, finally, journalist Michelle McNamara gave him the name that stuck, the Golden State Killer. He broke into more than 100 homes across California in the 1970s and 80s, raped at least 50 women, and murdered at least 13 people. And then, astonishingly, he simply stopped. He didn't get caught. He didn't die. He went quiet, married, had a family, worked as a police officer, and lived an unremarkable life for over 30 years while the families of his victims aged without answers. What finally caught him wasn't a fingerprint or a confession. It was a piece of his own DNA, uploaded to a genealogy website by a distant relative who had never heard his name. A career built on terror. The pattern started in Sacramento County in 1974 with a string of burglaries, meticulous ones, where cash and small items went missing but nothing was ever disturbed enough to explain how the intruder got in and out unnoticed. By 1976, the burglaries had become something far worse. A man began breaking into homes at night, often while residents slept, restraining the occupants, sometimes couples, with rope or shoelaces he'd brought with him, and raping the women while their partners were forced to listen or watch, bound and stacked with dishes on their backs so he'd hear if they moved. He was patient in a way that unsettled even veteran detectives. He would case a neighborhood for weeks, sometimes calling his victims beforehand and hanging up, or leaving on porch lights he'd later use to identify the house in the dark. He often left through a door he'd left unlocked days earlier during a trial-run burglary. Sacramento newspapers dubbed him the East Area Rapist, and by 1977 women across the region were sleeping with lights on, guns under pillows, dogs by the bed, and he kept coming anyway. The killings begin. In 1978, the attacks turned lethal, and the geography shifted south toward the East Bay and beyond. A young engaged couple, Brian and Katie Majori, were shot while walking their dog in Rancho Cordova after apparently interrupting him mid-prowl. The first killings attributed to him, though it would take investigators years to make the connection. Then, in Southern California between 1979 and 1986, a new wave of attacks began, couples murdered in their homes, often bludgeoned, in cases that came to be known separately as the original Night Stalker or Diamond Knot Killer cases before DNA eventually proved they were the same man. His final known murder was in 1986, 18-year-old Yanelle Cruz, killed in her Irvine home. After that, the attacks stopped entirely. For 32 years, the trail went cold. The cold case that wouldn't die. What kept the case alive wasn't luck, it was obsession. Investigators across multiple California jurisdictions slowly realized, through painstaking comparison of MOs and eventually DNA, that the East Area Rapist and the original Night Stalker were the same offender, a fact confirmed in 2001. Sacramento County District Attorney's investigator Paul Holes became one of the case's most dogged pursuers, spending decades trying new forensic angles as technology evolved. Journalist Michelle McNamara, writing what would become the book I'll Be Gone in the Dark, brought the case to a new audience and coined the Golden State Killer name in 2013, reigniting public pressure on the investigation. McNamara died in 2016, before the case was solved, but her work is widely credited with keeping momentum alive in its final years. The DNA that broke the case. The break came from an unlikely direction, genetic genealogy. Investigators had crime scene DNA from the killer but no match in any criminal database, meaning he'd never been arrested for a crime serious enough to have his DNA on file. In early 2018, a team working with the Sacramento County DA's office and the FBI uploaded the killer's DNA profile to GEDmatch, a public genealogy website where users voluntarily upload their own genetic data to find relatives. The site returned distant matches, third and fourth cousins, people who had no idea they were related to a serial killer, let alone which one. Investigators built out sprawling family trees from those matches, cross-referencing them against age, location, and other known details about the suspect, gradually narrowing tens of thousands of possible relatives down to a single family line, and finally to one man, Joseph James DeAngelo, a former police officer in his early 70s living quietly in Citrus Heights, California. not far from where his earliest crimes had occurred decades before. To confirm the match without alerting him, investigators surreptitiously collected a discarded item bearing his DNA, reportedly from his own trash and later from a car door handle, and compared it to the crime scene samples. It matched. The arrest. On April 24, 2018, police arrested D'Angelo in the driveway of his home. The news stunned the country. A man who had evaded identification for over 40 years, who had built an entire second life as a suburban grandfather, had been sitting in plain sight the whole time. A former police officer, no less, trained in exactly the kind of forensic awareness that had helped him avoid capture for so long. D'Angelo was charged with 13 counts of murder and multiple counts of kidnapping, with dozens of rape cases attached as related offenses, though the statute of limitations meant he could not be formally charged with most of them. In June 2020, in a plea deal that spared him the death penalty, D'Angelo pleaded guilty to all 13 murders and admitted, in open court, to numerous uncharged rapes as well, reading a flat, halting admission of guilt that victims and family members had waited over 4 decades to hear. He was sentenced to multiple consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole. Why it still matters. The Golden State Killer case became a landmark not for the crimes themselves, horrifying as they were, but for how it ended. It was the first major criminal case cracked using investigative genetic genealogy, a technique that has since been used to solve hundreds of other previously unsolvable cold cases across the country. It also raised urgent, still unresolved questions about genetic privacy. None of D'Angelo's actual relatives had committed any crime, yet their voluntarily shared DNA became the thread that unraveled his identity. The case proved that even 4 decades of silence isn't the same as getting away with it, and that the past, encoded quite literally in our own genes, doesn't stay buried forever. Story 6. For 20 years, he was a ghost with a body count nobody could confirm. Women and teenage girls, most of them working the same stretch of Pacific Highway South, kept disappearing around Seattle throughout the 1980s, and their bodies kept turning up in wooded ravines and riverbanks around King County. Police built a task force of dozens of detectives, a suspect list running into the thousands, and still the killings continued year after year. One name was on that suspect list from the very beginning, flagged, interviewed, even polygraphed in 1984, and cleared. It would take nearly 20 more years and a forensic technology that didn't exist yet for police to realize they'd had their man the whole time, working, unbothered, at a truck painting plant a few miles from where he'd left his victims. Bodies in the river. On July 15, 1982, 2 boys riding bikes across a bridge over the Green River in Kent, Washington, spotted something in the water. It was the body of 16-year-old Wendy Caulfield. Within weeks, more bodies turned up in and around the same river, enough that investigators quickly realized they weren't looking at isolated incidents but a single killer operating with terrifying frequency. Nearly all of the early victims shared a grim set of circumstances. Young, often runaways or women engaged in sex work along the SeaTac Strip, a stretch of Pacific Highway South lined with cheap motels. Exactly the kind of victims a predator might correctly calculate the world would be slow to search for. The killer seemed to understand that calculation and exploited it ruthlessly. By the end of 1982 alone, at least a dozen women connected to the area had vanished or been found dead. King County formed a dedicated task force, but the killer adapted faster than the investigation could. He varied his dump sites, sometimes returning to bodies weeks or months later to move them, which both hampered forensic timelines and, investigators later learned, gave him a way to revisit his crimes. Bodies were found scattered across wooded areas throughout King County for years, not just near the river that gave the case its name. A suspect hiding in the open. Gary Leon Ridgway had lived his whole adult life within a few miles of where most of his victims disappeared. He worked as a truck painter at a Kenworth plant, was married 3 times, and was active in his local church, where acquaintances described him as devout, if a little intense on the subject. He had a documented history of violence toward women that predated the killings. He'd once been investigated for choking a sex worker in 1980, 2 years before the first Green River body was found, and he came up on task force radar as early as 1983, after being seen with a victim who later disappeared. In 1984, Ridgway agreed to a polygraph examination and passed, a result investigators now believe was, at best, unreliable and, at worst, simply wrong. given what would eventually be proven about him. He was interviewed multiple times over the following years and searched under warrant in 1987, when investigators took hair and saliva samples along with items from his home and truck. At the time, forensic science couldn't do much with what they collected. The case against him stalled, and so, publicly, did the investigation as a whole. Ridgway continued killing throughout the 1980s, largely unimpeded. Cold case, new science. By the late 1990s, the case had gone cold in the public eye, though a small team of investigators kept working it, banking on the hope that forensic DNA technology would eventually catch up to what they suspected. It did. In 2001, using newly refined DNA testing methods on the decades-old samples collected from Ridgway in 1987, the King County Sheriff's Office got a match connecting his DNA to semen recovered from several of the earliest Green River victims. On November 30, 2001, Ridgway was arrested, quietly, without fanfare, nearly 20 years after the first body was pulled from the river. For a while, prosecutors had strong evidence on a handful of murders but faced the challenge of dozens more suspected killings with no such physical proof. The confessions. Rather than pursue the death penalty across a trial that could have dragged on for years with uncertain results on the majority of counts, King County prosecutors offered Ridgway a deal: life in prison without parole, in exchange for a full and complete confession, including the location of any remaining bodies. Ridgway accepted. Over the following months, in extensive interviews with investigators, Ridgway confessed to killings with a level of chilling, businesslike detail that stunned even veteran detectives, describing how he would drive victims to secluded locations, strangle them, sometimes returning afterward to have contact with the remains, and how he specifically targeted sex workers and runaways because, in his own words to police, he believed he could kill as many as he wanted without getting caught, precisely because so few people would notice or search hard for the missing. In total, Ridgway confessed to 71 murders, though he pleaded guilty in 2003 to 48 counts, making him at the time the most prolific confessed serial killer in American history. A 49th murder was added in 2011 after new remains were identified using DNA. He led investigators to remains that had never been found, closing cases that had lingered as open wounds for family members for 2 decades. Why it still matters. The Green River case is often cited as a stark illustration of how a killer can exploit not just individual victims but a systemic blind spot, the assumption, conscious or not, that some victims will be searched for less urgently than others. Ridgway said as much himself, and investigators who worked the case have spoken candidly since about how that dynamic slowed the response in the early years. The case is also a landmark in forensic science. It stands as one of the clearest examples of how DNA technology that didn't exist at the time of a crime can, decades later, close cases that once seemed permanently unsolvable, provided the evidence was preserved long enough to wait for the science to catch up. Story 7. At 2:13 a.m. on October 17, 2021, the emergency dispatcher at the Bellwether County Sheriff's Office received a call that should never have been possible. The number was registered to a farmhouse that had been abandoned for more than a decade. The property had no electricity, no telephone service, no residents, and according to county records, no working phone had existed inside the house since 2010. Yet the emergency line was open. A woman was breathing on the other end. She sounded terrified. The dispatcher immediately asked the standard question. 911, what's your emergency? For several seconds, there was no response. Only breathing. Slow. Shallow. Then the woman whispered. His back. The dispatcher sat upright. What's your address? Silence. I need your location. The breathing became faster. Then came 3 words. The farmhouse. Please. What farmhouse? The woman inhaled sharply. Then whispered. Blackwood Road. The line went dead. The dispatcher immediately attempted to call the number back. It rang once, twice, 3 times, then stopped. No voicemail. No automated message. Nothing. She checked the emergency location system. The coordinates appeared. 1427, Blackwood Road. The dispatcher stared at the screen. She knew the address. Everyone in the department did. It was the old Mercer farmhouse. A 2-story wooden property surrounded by more than 40 acres of overgrown farmland. The Mercer family had owned it until 2010. Then they disappeared. All four of them. Father, mother, two children. No bodies were ever found. No confirmed sightings were ever made. After 11 years, the case had become one of Bellwether County's oldest unsolved mysteries. The property had been officially classified as abandoned. The county had repeatedly warned teenagers to stay away. There was no electricity, no water, no functioning phone line, and certainly no reason for anyone to be inside. The dispatcher looked toward the sheriff's office. Send someone to Blackwood Road. At 2:19 a.m., Deputy Daniel Foster's patrol vehicle turned off the main highway. Rain had begun falling. Not heavily, just enough to cover the windshield in a thin layer of water. Foster drove slowly. Blackwood Road was barely wide enough for two vehicles. Trees crowded both sides. There were no street lights, no houses, no businesses. For nearly 2 miles, his headlights illuminated nothing but wet pavement and branches moving in the wind. Then he saw the farmhouse. It appeared suddenly between the trees. 2 stories, white paint peeling from the walls, windows dark, roof sagging slightly near the eastern side. The place looked exactly as Foster remembered it. Dead, abandoned, forgotten. He parked near the front gate. The gate itself hung open. That bothered him. The county usually kept it locked. Foster stepped out. Rain tapped against his uniform. He drew his flashlight and walked toward the house. Sheriff's office. No response. He tried again. Anyone inside? Silence. Then, a light appeared upstairs. Foster froze. It lasted less than a second. A tiny yellow glow behind one of the second-floor windows. Then darkness. He immediately touched his radio. Dispatch, I've arrived at the Mercer property. Static answered. Then the dispatcher spoke. Copy. I saw what looked like a light upstairs. There was a pause. Are you sure? Affirmative. Do you want backup? Foster looked at the farmhouse. Every instinct told him to wait. But the emergency call had come from inside. Someone could be hurt. Send another unit. He approached the front door. The porch boards creaked beneath his boots. He reached for the handle. Unlocked. Foster stared at it. According to the last property inspection, the front door had been secured with a heavy padlock. Someone had removed it. He pushed the door open. The smell hit him first. Damp wood. Mold. Dust. Something else. Something faintly metallic. He raised his flashlight. The beam moved across the foyer. Nothing. An old staircase climbed toward the second floor. A cracked mirror hung beside it. Dust covered the floor. But there was one strange detail. Footprints. Fresh footprints. They began just inside the doorway and continued toward the stairs. Foster crouched. The prints were unmistakable. Someone had walked through the house recently. Very recently. Water still glistened inside the impressions. Dispatch. His voice became quieter. I have signs of recent activity. Before the dispatcher could respond, Foster heard something upstairs. A floorboard creaked. He looked up. Police. Nothing. Another creak. Then another. Slow footsteps. Someone was walking across the second floor. Foster drew his weapon. Come downstairs with your hands visible. No response. He began climbing. 1 step. 2. 3. The staircase groaned beneath his weight. Halfway up, he noticed something hanging from the railing. A child's red sweater. Foster stopped. He recognized it. He had seen photographs of the Mercer children many times. The boy's name was Evan Mercer. He had been 9 years old when he disappeared. The sweater in the photograph was red. Foster stared at the garment. It was identical. Same color. Same faded white stripe across the chest. He reached toward it, then pulled his hand back. Impossible. The sweater had been listed among the items recovered from the Mercer family's bedrooms in 2010. It should have been evidence. It should have been stored in the sheriff's evidence facility. Yet here it was, hanging inside the abandoned house. Foster continued upstairs. The hallway was narrow. 4 doors. 2 on the left. 2 on the right. The first bedroom was empty. The second contained an old mattress. The third was locked. The fourth stood open. Foster's flashlight swept across the floor, then stopped. There was a chair in the middle of the room. A wooden dining chair. On it sat a telephone. Foster stared. It was an old-fashioned landline. Black. Heavy. Connected to nothing. No cable. No wall jack. Just sitting on the chair. Foster approached slowly. The phone began to ring. He jumped backward. The sound was deafening in the silent farmhouse. Ring. Ring. Foster stared at it. The phone had no visible power source. Yet it kept ringing. He reached for the receiver. Hello. Silence. Then a woman's voice whispered. Don't let him see you. Foster's blood ran cold. Who is this? The line crackled. The woman began crying. Please. Who are you? A pause. Then, I'm sorry. The call ended. Foster immediately checked the phone. There was no cord. Nothing. Just an old receiver sitting on a disconnected base. He radioed dispatch. Get everyone here now. 3 minutes later, another patrol car arrived. Deputy Maya Collins entered the farmhouse with her weapon drawn. Foster showed her the telephone. She stared at it. Is that connected? No. Battery? No. Then how? I don't know. Before they could investigate further, something crashed downstairs. Both deputies turned. Someone's here. They moved toward the staircase. Foster reached the bottom first. The front door was still open. Rain blew across the porch. No one was there, but something had changed. On the floor beside the entrance lay a photograph. Foster picked it up. The photograph showed the Mercer family. Father, mother, Evan, and 6-year-old Lily Mercer. The picture had been taken shortly before their disappearance. Foster turned it over. Written on the back in black ink were 4 words. We never left. Maya stared at him. What does that mean? Foster didn't answer, because he had noticed something else. There was fresh mud on the photograph, and the mud contained a partial fingerprint. By dawn, the farmhouse was surrounded. Detectives arrived. Crime scene technicians arrived. The county sheriff himself arrived. The property was searched from top to bottom. They found no woman, no intruder, no working telephone, no generator, no electricity, nothing capable of making that phone ring. Yet the emergency call had been recorded. The farmhouse had somehow called 911, and someone had answered. At 7:40 a.m., Detective Sarah Vale entered the children's bedroom. She had been a junior investigator when the Mercer family disappeared. She remembered the case. Everyone did. The room looked almost untouched. 2 beds, a wooden toy chest, a faded poster on the wall, and photographs. Dozens of them. Sarah approached the desk. Something was lying beneath a layer of dust. She pulled it free. A cassette tape. The label contained only a date. October 17th, 2010. Exactly 11 years earlier. Sarah stared at the date, then at the farmhouse, then at the telephone downstairs. Her stomach tightened, because October 17th, 2010, was the exact night the Mercer family had disappeared. She carried the tape to the sheriff. We need to find a player. Why? She handed him the cassette. He read the date. His expression changed. Where did you find this? Upstairs. Anything else? Sarah shook her head. Just this. The sheriff looked toward the farmhouse. Play it. The cassette was eventually played at the sheriff's office. The recording began with static, then a man's voice. Calm, controlled, almost conversational. If anyone finds this. A pause. A faint sound in the background. Then, don't trust the people who come looking for us. The tape clicked. Static returned. Then the voice continued. Because one of them is already inside. The recording ended. No one in the room moved. For 11 years, investigators had believed the Mercer family vanished without leaving a clue. Now they had something else. A message recorded on the night they disappeared. A mysterious phone call from the same farmhouse 11 years later. And evidence suggesting someone had returned to the property. But the most disturbing discovery was still waiting. Because when technicians examined the original 911 recording from that morning, they found something nobody had noticed. The woman who called 911 had never said her name. But her voice matched a recording from an 11-year-old missing person interview. The voice belonged to Lily Mercer, the 6-year-old girl who had disappeared from the farmhouse in 2010. And if the voice really was hers, Then Lily Mercer would have been 17 years old when she made that call, which meant the impossible question was no longer, who had called 911? It was, where had Lily been for 11 years? 11 years before the mysterious 911 call, the Mercer family had been preparing for an ordinary Friday night. There was nothing unusual about October 17, 2010. No storm, no power outage, no emergency, just a quiet autumn evening in Bellwether County. At least, that's what everyone believed. The Mercer family lived at 1427 Blackwood Road, a farmhouse inherited by 41-year-old Thomas Mercer from his father. Thomas worked as a mechanic in town. His wife, Elaine, taught second grade at a local elementary school. Their son, Evan, was 9. Their daughter, Lily, was 6. To their neighbors, they were ordinary, perhaps even boring. Thomas rarely attended social events. Elaine spent most weekends gardening. Evan played baseball. Lily loved horses and carried a stuffed rabbit everywhere she went. There were no known enemies, no serious financial problems, no history of domestic violence, no obvious reason for the entire family to disappear. Yet that's exactly what happened. The first warning came from Elaine. At approximately 7:16 p.m., she called her sister, Margaret. The conversation lasted less than 4 minutes. Margaret remembered it because Elaine sounded distracted. "What are you doing?" Margaret asked. "Cleaning up." "On a Friday?" Elaine laughed. "Thomas has someone coming over." "Who?" A pause. "I don't know." Margaret later said Elaine sounded uncomfortable. She asked again. "Someone from work?" "I don't think so." "Then who?" Elaine lowered her voice. "Thomas won't tell me." Margaret thought it was strange, but not dangerous. She never imagined it would be the last conversation she had with her sister. At 8:02 p.m., a neighbor named Walter Price saw Thomas outside. He was standing near the barn, talking to someone. Walter couldn't identify the person. It was already dark. The stranger appeared to be wearing a long black coat. Walter raised a hand. Thomas didn't wave back. That detail stayed with Walter for years. Thomas always waved, he later told investigators. Always. At 8:37 p.m., the Mercer's telephone records showed an incoming call. The number was blocked. The call lasted 43 seconds. No one knew what was said. But after the call ended, Thomas reportedly walked outside and stood beside his truck for several minutes. His son Evan watched from the upstairs window. At least, that's what investigators eventually concluded from evidence discovered much later. At 9:14 p.m., the neighbors saw the Mercer house lights go out. That wasn't unusual. The family often went to bed early. But at 9:32 p.m., someone heard shouting. Walter Price later described it as a man's voice, then a woman's, then silence. He assumed the couple were arguing. He decided not to interfere. That decision would haunt him for the rest of his life. At 10:05 p.m., a vehicle was seen leaving the Mercer property. A dark-colored pickup. No license plate could be identified. The driver didn't stop at the main road. Instead, the vehicle turned onto an old logging trail that disappeared into the woods. At the time, investigators never knew about that vehicle. There was no camera, no witness who could describe the driver, and no reason to believe the family was in danger. The next morning, Thomas failed to report to work. His employer called the house. No answer. By noon, Thomas's manager contacted Elaine's school. She hadn't arrived either. That was unusual. Elaine had never missed work without calling. A colleague contacted Margaret. Margaret immediately drove to Blackwood Road. She arrived at approximately 1:25 p.m. The house looked normal. No broken windows. No damage. No signs of a struggle. But the front door was unlocked. Margaret entered. "Elaine." Nothing. She checked the bedrooms. Empty. The children's beds were made. Their clothes remained in closets. Evan's baseball glove sat beside his bed. Lily's stuffed rabbit was on the pillow. The family dog was still inside. Hungry. Thirsty. Confused. Margaret immediately called police. Deputies arrived 20 minutes later. The initial theory was simple. The family had left unexpectedly. Perhaps there had been a family emergency. Perhaps they were traveling. But then investigators noticed something strange. The Mercers had left almost everything behind. Thomas's wallet was on the kitchen counter. Elaine's purse was hanging beside the door. Both cars remained parked outside. The children's shoes were still in the house. Their coats were still hanging in the hallway. No luggage was missing. No food had been packed. No medication had been taken. It looked as if the family had been interrupted, not as if they had chosen to leave. Detectives searched the house. The kitchen contained 4 dinner plates. Food remained on the table. One chair had fallen backward. A glass had shattered near the sink. There were no obvious bloodstains. No weapons. No handwritten note. No indication where the family had gone. The only unusual discovery was found in Thomas's workshop. A small metal box. Locked. Investigators couldn't open it. A locksmith eventually forced it. Inside were several photographs. Most showed the Mercer family. But one photograph was different. It showed Thomas standing beside an unknown man. The photograph appeared to have been taken outside the farmhouse. On the back, someone had written, "He found U.S." No one knew who he was. The Mercer disappearance became a major local story. Search teams covered the surrounding woods. Divers searched nearby ponds. Police questioned hundreds of residents. Nothing. Weeks became months. Months became years. The case slowly faded from the headlines. By 2012, almost nobody expected the Mercers to be found alive. By 2015, their disappearance had become a cold case. By 2020, younger deputies barely remembered the investigation. But Detective Sarah Vale did. She had never accepted the idea that the family simply walked away. There were too many unanswered questions. Why leave their cars? Why leave their money? Why leave the children's belongings? And most importantly, why did Thomas write he found U.S.? Now, 11 years later, Sarah stood inside the same farmhouse. The walls had deteriorated. The roof leaked. Dust covered everything. But the old photographs remained. She requested the original Mercer case file. Hundreds of pages arrived. Witness statements. Forensic reports. Maps. Photographs. Telephone records. Missing person posters. Sarah spent most of the night reading. At 3:17 a.m., she found something. A police report from October 18, 2010. The report had been filed by Deputy Daniel Foster, the same officer who had responded to the mysterious 911 call 11 years later. Sarah read the document twice, then a third time. One sentence had been overlooked. It said, "Possible second residence located approximately 1.4 miles north of Mercer Farmhouse. Structure not searched due to unsafe terrain." Sarah stared at the page. A second residence? No one had ever mentioned it. She pulled out a county map. Blackwood Road. Mercer Farmhouse. Then the surrounding forest. One point stood out. An abandoned hunting cabin. Just 1.4 miles away. Sarah immediately called the sheriff. "We need to search the cabin." At dawn, a team drove into the woods. The cabin was almost completely hidden by trees. Its roof had collapsed partially. The windows were broken. The door stood open. Inside, investigators found nothing at first. Dust, old furniture, animal nests, rotting wood. Then one technician noticed something beneath the floorboards. A metal ring. He pulled it. The boards lifted. Underneath was a narrow concealed compartment. Inside lay a plastic storage box. Sarah opened it. There were photographs. Dozens. Not old photographs. Recent ones. Photographs taken over the previous year. Of the Mercer Farmhouse. Of Blackwood Road. Of the sheriff's office. Of Detective Sarah Vale herself. Her photograph had been taken only 3 months earlier. Sarah stared at it in disbelief. Someone had been watching the investigation. Someone had been watching the house. Someone had been watching her. Then she found the final photograph. It showed a young woman standing beside a roadside payphone. Her face was turned away from the camera. On the back was a handwritten date. October 16, 2021. One day before the mysterious 911 call. Sarah turned the photograph over again. Something about the woman's posture looked familiar. She couldn't explain why. Then she noticed the bracelet around the woman's wrist. A thin silver bracelet with a tiny horse-shaped charm. Sarah had seen that bracelet before. It appeared in one of the original Mercer family photographs. It had belonged to 6-year-old Lily, the little girl who vanished 11 years earlier. Sarah's hands began to shake. If the photograph was genuine, Lily hadn't simply survived. She had been somewhere nearby, and someone had been photographing her, watching her, waiting. Sarah looked toward the dark forest beyond the cabin. For 11 years, investigators had searched for the Mercer family. They had assumed the family had disappeared into the wilderness. But the evidence suggested something far more disturbing. The Mercers hadn't vanished. They had been hidden, and whoever had hidden them had never really left. Because somewhere in Bellwether County, the person responsible was still alive, still watching, and apparently, still making plans. The photograph of the young woman wearing Lily Mercer's bracelet was the first piece of evidence in 11 years that suggested the missing child might still be alive. But Detective Sarah Vale wasn't ready to believe it. Not yet. Photographs could be manipulated. Dates could be falsified. People could be mistaken for one another. And after a case this old, investigators had to be especially careful. Hope was dangerous. False hope could destroy families all over again. Sarah placed the photograph inside an evidence sleeve and looked at the technicians searching the abandoned cabin. Nobody touches anything else until we document this room. The team stopped. For the first time since arriving, the cabin felt less like an abandoned structure and more like a crime scene. The cabin itself was approximately 14 feet by 20 feet. One room downstairs. A small loft above. No electricity. No running water. An old wood-burning stove sat against the western wall. Most of the furniture had collapsed from years of moisture, but someone had been using the place. Recently. The evidence was everywhere once investigators knew what to look for. Fresh cigarette ash. New batteries. Food wrappers. A blanket that wasn't covered in dust. And on the inside of the front door, a fresh scratch, as if someone had repeatedly locked and unlocked it. Sarah crouched near the floor. There were footprints. Not clear enough for identification, but recent. Someone had been here, probably within days. Then the forensic technician called her name. Detective. Sarah turned. He was standing beside the eastern wall. There's something behind this. He pointed at a section of wood paneling. It looked slightly different from the surrounding boards. Sarah approached. The panel had been painted several times, but one edge was loose. Can you remove it? The technician carefully worked a knife beneath the seam. The board came away. Behind it was a narrow cavity. Inside, something was taped to the wall. A photograph. Sarah stared. It showed the Mercer family standing in front of their farmhouse. Thomas, Elaine, Evan, Lily. The image looked ordinary, until Sarah noticed the date printed in the corner. October 17th, 2010. The exact night they disappeared. But the photograph wasn't the disturbing part. It was what appeared behind them. A man, standing approximately 30 feet away, partially hidden beneath a tree, watching the family. Sarah enlarged the image. The man's face was blurred by distance, but he wore a distinctive dark coat, the same type of coat described by Walter Price 11 years earlier. Sarah felt a chill. Get this to the lab. The technician carefully bagged the photograph. Then Sarah noticed something else. A second photograph, taped behind the first. She removed it. This one showed the farmhouse at night. The windows were illuminated, and in the upstairs bedroom, a silhouette stood behind the curtains. The photograph had been taken from the woods. Someone had been watching the house. The third photograph was worse. It showed the Mercer children playing outside. Evan was holding a baseball. Lily was sitting in the grass. The photograph had been taken through the trees. From far away, Sarah looked at the date. October 3rd, 2010. 2 weeks before the family disappeared. Someone had been photographing the children, watching them, following them, planning. By noon, the cabin had become the center of the investigation. The sheriff ordered a complete forensic examination. Every wall was searched, every floorboard removed, every piece of furniture photographed. Investigators found more than 70 photographs. Some showed the Mercer family. Others showed neighbors, the local school, the sheriff's office, the Mercer children's classrooms, even the grocery store. The photographer hadn't simply been watching the family. They had been studying the entire community. Then Sarah found something that made her stop breathing. A photograph of Elaine Mercer entering a school parking lot. The date was October 12th, 2010. On the back, Someone had written, "She knows." Sarah immediately requested Elaine's original police interview. It had been recorded on October 19, 2010, 2 days after the family disappeared. But that was impossible. Elaine was missing. Sarah checked the case file again. The interview wasn't with Elaine. It was with her sister, Margaret. The handwriting on the photograph was referring to Elaine. She knew something. But what? The answer appeared in another photograph. This one showed Thomas Mercer standing outside his mechanic's shop. Beside him was the same unidentified man from the photograph near the farmhouse. Sarah zoomed in. The man's face was still unclear, but his clothing was distinctive. Black coat, gray scarf, dark gloves, and on his left hand, a silver ring, a large rectangular stone. Sarah remembered seeing that ring before. She opened the original witness statements. Walter Price had described it. 11 years earlier, Walter had told investigators. The man Thomas was talking to wore a big silver ring. I remember because it caught the light when he moved his hand. The detail had been buried in the report. Nobody had followed up. Sarah called Walter. He was now 78. He lived alone outside town. When Sarah showed him the photograph, he stared at it for several seconds. Then his expression changed. "I've seen him." "When?" "That night. October 17th. Walter nodded. "Are you sure?" "I'll never forget him." "Did you know his name?" "No." "Did Thomas?" "I think so." "Why?" Walter looked down. "Because Thomas looked scared." Sarah leaned forward. "Scared of this man?" Walter nodded. He wasn't arguing with him. He was listening. Like he didn't have a choice. Sarah asked the question that had remained unanswered for 11 years. "Why didn't you tell investigators this?" Walter's eyes filled with regret. "I did." Sarah froze. "You did?" "I told the deputy everything." "Which deputy?" "I don't remember." "Your statement doesn't mention fear." Walter looked confused. "I know what I told him." Sarah showed him the original report. He read it, then shook his head. "That's not what I said." "What did you say?" Walter stared through the window. "I told them Thomas said one thing." "What?" Walter swallowed. "He said, 'You found us too soon.'" Sarah returned to the sheriff's office that evening. The phrase wouldn't leave her mind. "You found us too soon." Found them. Not found me. Found us. It suggested Thomas already knew the man. It suggested the man had been searching for the family. And it suggested something else. The Mercer disappearance might not have started on October 17th. It might have started much earlier. At 8:26 p.m., the forensic lab called. The photographs had been examined. The paper was consistent with photographs developed in 2010. No digital manipulation. No modern printing process. They were authentic. Then the technician mentioned something else. "There's a fingerprint." "Where?" "On the back of the photograph." "Can you identify it?" "We're trying." 30 minutes later, Sarah received the result. The fingerprint didn't belong to Thomas, or Elaine, or either child. It didn't belong to any Mercer relative. It wasn't in the state database. But there was another problem. The fingerprint appeared on 6 different photographs. Someone had handled them repeatedly. Someone had arranged them. Someone had built this collection. Then the lab found a 7th photograph. It had been hidden behind a loose floorboard. Unlike the others, this one was recent. Very recent. The image showed the Mercer farmhouse. Taken at night. The date on the digital metadata was October 16, 2021. 1 day before the mysterious 911 call. In the upstairs window stood a woman. Her face was barely visible, but the silver bracelet around her wrist was unmistakable. The horse charm. Lily's bracelet. Sarah zoomed in. The woman appeared to be looking directly toward the camera, and beneath the photograph was a handwritten note. Only one sentence. She remembers everything. At that exact moment, Sarah's phone rang. It was the sheriff. "Where are you?" "At the office." "Get here." "What happened?" "We got another call." "From who?" A pause. Blackwood Road. Sarah stood completely still. "What did they say?" The sheriff's voice dropped. "Nothing." "Then why are you calling me?" because the caller didn't speak. What happened? We traced the call. Sarah felt her stomach tighten. Where? The sheriff answered. Inside your own office. Sarah looked around. The room was empty. Her computer hummed. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. Then she noticed something on her desk. A photograph. She hadn't put it there. She picked it up. It showed Sarah standing outside the Mercer farmhouse earlier that morning. The photograph had been taken from somewhere across the road. On the back was a handwritten message. Stop looking for Lily. Sarah stared at the words. Then her phone rang again. This time, the caller ID showed a number she recognized. It was the Mercer farmhouse. Sarah answered. For several seconds, there was only static. Then a young woman's voice whispered, "He's watching you too." Sarah's blood ran cold. She knew that voice. She had heard it on the original 911 recording. Lily Mercer. Then the woman whispered something else. Something that changed the investigation forever. My father didn't disappear. The line went dead. And for the first time, Detective Sarah Vale began to wonder whether the Mercer family had ever been victims at all. Perhaps they had been running from someone. Perhaps Thomas Mercer had known exactly who was hunting them. And perhaps the family hadn't disappeared together. Perhaps someone had taken them one by one. The first mistake Detective Sarah Vale made was assuming the man in the photographs was the same person everyone had been searching for. The second was assuming he was the only one watching the Mercer family. By the morning after the mysterious phone call, Sarah understood that the case was much larger than a single disappearance. Someone had been watching the Mercers in 2010. Someone had returned to Blackwood Road in 2021. And now someone was watching the investigators. But there was one detail that didn't fit. The man in the old photographs wore a black coat. The witness who reported seeing someone near the farmhouse 11 years earlier had described a black coat. Yet the person seen near the farmhouse the night of the 2021 call was wearing something completely different. A red jacket. The first witness was a 17-year-old named Noah Bell. He had been driving home from work at approximately 1:55 a.m. when he noticed a vehicle parked near the entrance to Blackwood Road. At first, he thought it was a delivery truck. Then he saw the person standing beside it. Noah described him as tall, late 30s or early 40s. Dark hair, red jacket, black pants, no visible weapon, no obvious reason to be there. What was he doing? Sarah asked. Just standing. Standing where? Beside the truck. Did he look toward you? Noah nodded. Yeah. Did you see his face? Not clearly. Why? He turned away. Anything else? Noah hesitated. He waved. Sarah frowned. Waved? Yeah. Like he knew you. No. Then why wave? I don't know. That bothered Sarah. A stranger standing outside an abandoned farmhouse at 2 in the morning didn't wave at passing cars unless he wanted to be noticed. Police searched the road. No truck. No red jacket. No footprints. The rain had erased everything. But Noah's account was consistent. And his description matched something else. A security camera from a gas station 3 miles away. At 1:42 a.m., 12 minutes before the 911 call, a man wearing a red jacket had entered the store. The camera captured him clearly. His face was partially visible. He bought a bottle of water, paid cash, then stood near the window for approximately 2 minutes, watching the road. The cashier remembered him. He asked where Blackwood Road was. Sarah looked up. Are you sure? Yes. Why? He said his GPS wasn't working. Did you think that was strange? Not at the time. The cashier paused. Now? Very strange. Investigators obtained the surveillance footage. The man's face was visible for approximately 4 seconds. Not enough for facial recognition, but enough to reveal one important detail. His left hand. He wore a silver ring. A large rectangular stone. Exactly like the ring described in 2010. Sarah stared at the screen. That's him. A colleague shook his head. We don't know that. Sarah pointed at the ring. Same hand. Could be coincidence. Maybe. But the ring is distinctive. Then let's find out who owns it. The state database produced nothing. The federal database produced nothing. No fingerprints. No criminal record. No driver's license matching the description. The man didn't officially exist. But the ring did. Sarah returned to the old Mercer case. She searched photographs from 2010. There it was. The same ring. Same rectangular stone. Same position on the left hand. The man in the old photographs and the man in the red jacket were almost certainly the same person. Which raised a terrifying question. How had he remained unidentified for 11 years? Sarah brought Walter Price back in. She placed 3 photographs on the table. The first showed the man near the Mercer farmhouse in 2010. The second showed him standing beside Thomas Mercer. The third was the recent gas station image. Walter stared at all 3, then pointed at the third. That's him. You're certain? Absolutely. 11 years later. Walter nodded. He hasn't changed much. Sarah studied him. Why do you think that is? Walter looked uncomfortable. Because some people don't change. That's not what I mean. Walter remained silent. Then he said something unexpected. I saw him before the Mercers disappeared. Sarah leaned forward. When? Several weeks earlier. Where? At the school. Sarah's expression changed. What school? The elementary school where Elaine worked. Walter explained that he had been repairing a broken fence outside the school in September 2010. He remembered seeing the man in the parking lot. Red jacket. Silver ring. Standing beside a dark sedan. Watching the children. Sarah's stomach tightened. Did he approach Elaine? No. Did she see him? I don't know. Why didn't you report this? I didn't think anything of it. Sarah understood. Before a crime happens, suspicious behavior often looks harmless. Afterward, every ordinary moment becomes a warning sign. Investigators contacted the school. The principal searched old records. Nothing. Then an archivist found something. A visitor log. September 24th, 2010. The name recorded was Daniel Harper. Purpose of visit. Parent meeting. But there was no student named Harper enrolled at the school. The signature looked real. The identification number was fake. Someone had entered the school using a false identity, and he had signed himself into the building. Sarah requested security footage. The school had only recently installed cameras in 2010. Most recordings had been overwritten, but one camera had been malfunctioning. Instead of deleting old footage, it had stored several months of video on an external hard drive. Technicians recovered it. At 3:11 p.m. on September 24th, 2010, the man in the red jacket entered the school. He walked directly toward the children's classrooms. He remained inside for 18 minutes. Then he left. Sarah watched the footage repeatedly. Nothing overtly criminal happened. He didn't threaten anyone. He didn't touch a child. He simply walked through the hallway. But at one point, he stopped outside a classroom. The classroom belonged to Lily Mercer. Sarah froze. The man looked through the glass, then smiled. There was another person in the hallway. A teacher. She passed him without reacting. Sarah paused the footage. The teacher was Elaine Mercer, Lily's mother. Sarah watched the scene again. The man looked at Elaine. Elaine looked at him. Neither spoke, but Elaine stopped walking. For approximately 3 seconds, they stared at one another. Then Elaine continued down the hallway. Sarah knew immediately. They knew each other. When Margaret was shown the footage, she began crying. You've seen him before? She nodded. Yes. When? Margaret wiped her eyes. At Elaine's house. When? Several weeks before they disappeared. Why didn't you tell police? Because Elaine told me not to. Sarah leaned forward. What did she say? Margaret looked toward the floor. She said he was an old friend of Thomas. Did she give you his name? No. Did she say why he was there? She said Thomas owed him something. Sarah's expression hardened. Owed him what? I don't know. Margaret paused. Money, maybe. Maybe. Elaine wouldn't explain. Then Margaret remembered something. Actually. What? She said something strange. What? She told me. Margaret took a breath. If that man ever comes back, don't let him talk to the children. That sentence changed the investigation. Police reopened every financial record connected to Thomas Mercer. bank accounts, loans, business transactions, tax records. Nothing immediately explained the connection. Then they found an old mechanic's ledger. Thomas had worked on dozens of vehicles, but one customer appeared repeatedly. A company called Harper Logistics. The company had ceased operations in 2009. Its owner was listed as Daniel Harper, the same name used by the mysterious visitor at the school. Sarah requested the company's records. Most were gone, but one file survived. A vehicle registration. A black pickup truck, registered to Daniel Harper. The same type of vehicle witnesses remembered seeing near the Mercer farmhouse. Sarah felt the case tightening around them. Daniel Harper wasn't a random stranger. He had business dealings with Thomas. He had visited Lily's school. He had been seen near the farmhouse. And 11 years later, someone wearing his distinctive ring had returned. But there was one problem. Daniel Harper was dead. He had died in a vehicle accident in 2009, a year before the Mercers disappeared. Sarah stared at the death certificate, then at the surveillance photograph. The man in the red jacket was wearing Daniel Harper's ring. He had used Daniel Harper's name. He had driven a vehicle registered to Daniel Harper. Yet Daniel Harper couldn't possibly have been the person standing outside the farmhouse. Unless someone had been using a dead man's identity. That evening, Sarah returned to the Mercer farmhouse alone. She stood in the upstairs hallway. The old telephone was still sitting on the wooden chair. Disconnected. Silent. She looked at it for several seconds. Then it rang. Sarah jumped. The sound echoed through the empty house. She slowly picked up the receiver. "Hello?" A woman's voice answered. "Lily." Older now. Terrified. "Sarah?" "Yes." "You found his name." Sarah's heart began racing. "Who?" Silence. Then Lily whispered. "Daniel Harper was never the man you should have been looking for." Sarah tightened her grip on the receiver. "Who is he?" Lily started crying. "I don't know what his real name is." "Then how do you know him?" "He was my father's friend." "Where is your father?" Another silence. Then Lily whispered. "Is the reason we're still hiding." Sarah's voice became urgent. "Where are you?" The line crackled. "I can't tell you." "Lily, listen to me. We can protect you." "I know." "Then tell me where you are." "I can't." "Why?" A long pause. Then Lily whispered. "Because he's standing outside." The line went dead. Sarah immediately ran toward the window. She looked into the darkness. At first, she saw nothing. Then a figure stepped from behind the trees. A man. Tall. Motionless. Wearing a red jacket. Sarah reached for her radio. But before she could speak, the figure turned and walked into the forest. Sarah ran downstairs. By the time she reached the front door, he was gone. Only one thing remained. A red jacket button. Lying in the mud. Sarah picked it up. On the back was a tiny engraved symbol. 3 interlocking circles. She had seen that symbol before. It appeared on the metal box recovered from the Mercer home in 2010. And suddenly Sarah understood. The mysterious man in the red jacket wasn't simply connected to the Mercer family. He belonged to something. A group. A network. A secret that had survived for more than a decade. And somewhere inside that secret was the answer to the question that had haunted Bellwether County for 11 years. What really happened to the Mercer family? For 11 years, the Mercer case had been defined by one word. Silence. No ransom demand. No bodies. No credible sightings. No confession. No explanation. The family had simply disappeared from their farmhouse on a rainy October night, leaving behind almost everything they owned. But now, in the space of 72 hours, that silence had begun to break. A mysterious 911 call. A disconnected telephone. Photographs hidden inside an abandoned cabin. A woman claiming to be Lily Mercer. And a man in a red jacket who seemed to know exactly where investigators were looking. Detective Sarah Vale had spent 11 years believing the Mercer case was a tragedy. She was beginning to realize it might have been a warning. The first thing Sarah did after finding the red button was send it to the laboratory. The engraving on its back was unusual. 3 interlocking circles. The same symbol had appeared on the metal box discovered in Thomas Mercer's workshop in 2010. At the time, investigators had considered it meaningless. Now Sarah wasn't so sure. The laboratory returned its preliminary results the following afternoon. The button wasn't modern. It had been manufactured sometime between 2005 and 2012. The material was common. The engraving was not. Technicians searched commercial databases and found no registered company using the symbol. Sarah then contacted an archivist who specialized in local businesses. After several hours, he called back. "I found something." Sarah leaned toward the phone. "What?" "Not a company." "What, then?" "A private organization." The name was the Meridian Foundation. Officially, it had been a charitable organization operating in Bellwether County from 2003 until 2011. Its stated purpose was helping troubled families. Counseling, financial assistance, community programs. But there was something strange about it. The foundation's records were almost non-existent. No detailed donor list. No public photographs. Very few financial statements. And most importantly, the organization had dissolved just weeks after the Mercer family disappeared. Sarah requested its original paperwork. The founder was listed as Daniel Harper, the dead man. The man whose identity had apparently been used by the person in the red jacket. Sarah sat alone in the records room reading the foundation's documents. Then she noticed something. The Mercer family appeared in the records. Not as employees. Not as donors. As participants. Thomas and Elaine had attended several Meridian Foundation meetings. The dates went back to 2007, 4 years before their disappearance. Sarah turned another page. There was a handwritten note. Family accepted into private program. No explanation. No details. Just a signature. Tia Mercer. Sarah immediately called Margaret. "Did you know Thomas and Elaine were involved with the Meridian Foundation?" Margaret was silent. "Margaret? I knew." Sarah sat back. "You knew?" "Not everything." "What did you know?" "Elaine told me they were helping families." "Did she ever mention Daniel Harper?" Another silence. "Margaret." "Yes." "What did she say?" "She said Daniel wasn't really running the foundation." Sarah's pulse quickened. "Who was?" "I don't know." "Did she ever tell you?" Margaret hesitated. "She said there were people above him." "People? That's all I know." Sarah returned to the records. The Meridian Foundation had been much larger than its public filings suggested. It had operated programs in 3 counties. It had hosted private meetings. It had accepted families into confidential support arrangements. And several families connected to the organization had later reported strange incidents. Unexplained vehicles, anonymous phone calls, missing records, threatening letters. But none had filed formal criminal complaints. Sarah started building a list. Then she noticed something disturbing. 5 families connected to the foundation had disappeared between 2006 and 2011. Not all disappeared completely. Some moved away. Some stopped contacting relatives. One family had apparently relocated overseas. Another had changed their names. At first, the cases appeared unrelated, but all 5 had something in common. They had been involved with the Meridian Foundation. Sarah contacted the family's relatives. One woman named Claire Dawson agreed to speak. Her parents had disappeared in 2008. Claire was only 16 at the time. She remembered a man visiting their house. He wore a red jacket. Sarah felt a chill. "Do you remember anything else?" "He always wore gloves." "Did you know his name?" "No." "Did he say why he was there?" Claire shook her head. "But my father knew him." "What did your father call him?" Claire looked away. "Mr. 3. Sarah frowned. "Mr. 3? Because of the symbol." She drew 3 interlocking circles on a piece of paper. "That symbol." Sarah stared at it. "Did your parents belong to the Meridian Foundation?" Claire nodded. "Yes." "What happened after they disappeared?" "My mother called me once." "When?" 2 days after they vanished." Sarah leaned forward. "What did she say?" Claire's eyes filled with tears. "She told me not to trust anyone from the foundation." "Anything else?" "She said they were being watched." "By whom?" Claire whispered. "The man in the red jacket." For the first time, Sarah began to see a pattern. The Mercer family wasn't the beginning. It wasn't the end. They were one family among several, and someone had spent years making sure nobody connected the cases. Meanwhile, investigators examined Thomas Mercer's finances. They found regular transfers to accounts associated with the Meridian Foundation, but in the 6 months before the family's disappearance, the payments stopped. Instead, Thomas withdrew large amounts of cash, nearly $70,000. Sarah looked at the dates. The withdrawals began shortly after Thomas's first documented meeting with Daniel Harper. Then came another discovery, a storage facility. Thomas had rented a small unit outside Bellwether under a false name. The rental agreement began in August 2010, 2 months before the disappearance. Police obtained a warrant. Inside the storage unit they found boxes of clothing, children's toys, family photographs, food, camping equipment, and 4 passports, all belonging to the Mercers. The passports had been issued only weeks before the family vanished. Sarah stared at the evidence. Thomas had planned to leave. But why? And why had he left the passports behind? One box contained something even more important, a handwritten journal. Thomas's handwriting was confirmed by a forensic examiner. The entries began in 2007. For several pages, he wrote about the Meridian Foundation. At first, the entries were positive. He believed the organization helped families. Then the tone changed. Something isn't right. Another entry. Daniel says there are rules. Then, we can't leave. Sarah turned the page. They know about Lily. Another. Elaine wants to go to the police. Then, several pages later. If they come for the children, we run. Sarah stopped reading. The next entry was dated October 14, 2010. 3 days before the disappearance. It contained only one sentence. We've been found. The final entry was dated October 17th, the day the family disappeared. It read, "If this book is found, don't believe the story they tell about us." Nothing followed. That evening, Sarah received another call. This time from an old retired detective named Frank Mallory. He had been the lead investigator on the original Mercer case. "I heard you're reopening it. We never officially closed it. You know what I mean." Sarah smiled faintly. "Why are you calling?" I remembered something. "What?" Mallory was silent for several seconds. "I didn't tell anyone this." "Tell me now." "The night the Mercers disappeared, I saw Thomas." "Where?" "At the sheriff's office." Sarah froze. "What?" "He came there." "When?" "About 2 hours before we received the missing person report." "Why?" "I don't know." "Did you speak to him?" "No." "Then how do you know it was him?" "I watched him enter." Sarah's voice sharpened. "Frank, Thomas Mercer disappeared that same night." "I know. You're saying he was at the sheriff's office?" "Yes." "Why wasn't this in the report?" Mallory took a long breath. "Because someone ordered me not to include it." "Who?" Another silence. Then Mallory said, "The sheriff." Sarah immediately searched the original case file. The sheriff in 2010 had been Robert Haynes. He had retired in 2016. Sarah contacted him. He agreed to meet. The conversation took place at his home. Haynes was 73. He looked tired. When Sarah mentioned Thomas visiting the station, his expression changed. "You've been talking to Mallory?" "Yes." "He shouldn't have told you." "Why?" Haynes looked toward the window. "Because we made a mistake." "What kind?" "We believed Thomas was the threat." Sarah waited. Haynes continued. "He came to us that night." "Why?" "To ask for protection." Sarah felt the room become very quiet. "Protection from whom?" Haynes didn't answer immediately. Then, "The people behind Meridian." Sarah's heart raced. "What happened?" "Thomas said they had taken someone." "Who?" Haynes looked directly at her. "Lily." Sarah sat motionless. "What do you mean they had taken Lily?" Haynes shook his head. "Thomas said she was gone." "When?" "Earlier that evening." "Did he say who took her?" "No." "Then why didn't you launch a search?" "We did." "Not according to the records." Haynes looked ashamed. "Because Thomas changed his story." "What?" "He told us Lily was safe." Sarah stared. "Where?" "I don't know." Why? Because before he could explain, someone arrived. Who? Haynes closed his eyes. The man wearing the red jacket. Sarah felt a cold sensation move through her chest. He walked into the sheriff's office. Yes. Did you know him? I knew the name he used. Daniel Harper. Haynes nodded. But you knew he was dead. I didn't know that at the time. Sarah stared at him. Then what happened? Haynes looked toward the hallway. I told Thomas we could protect him. What did Thomas say? He said it was too late. Then, he walked out with Harper. Sarah's voice became barely audible. Why did you let him leave? Haynes looked down. Because I was afraid. Of Harper? Haynes shook his head. Of the person Harper worked for. Before Sarah could ask another question, Haynes reached into a drawer. He removed a small envelope. Inside was a photograph. The image showed the lobby of the sheriff's office. Thomas Mercer stood near the front desk. Beside him was the man in the red jacket. But behind them stood someone else. A woman. Her face was partially hidden. Sarah enlarged the photograph. The woman was holding a little girl's hand. The girl was Lily. And on the back of the photograph was a date. October 17th, 2010, 11:48 p.m. Sarah looked at Haynes. Where did you get this? He swallowed. I took it. You had a camera? No. Then who did? Haynes didn't answer. Sarah turned the photograph over again. There was one final sentence written underneath the date. The child was never missing. Sarah looked up. What does that mean? Haynes's face had gone pale. It means... He paused. We were looking in the wrong place for 11 years. At that moment, Sarah's phone vibrated. A message had arrived from an unknown number. It contained only a photograph. Sarah opened it. Her blood ran cold. The photograph showed Haynes's house, taken from across the street. The timestamp was only 3 minutes old. Below the image was a single message. You should have stayed silent. Sarah looked toward the window. Haynes did the same. Neither spoke. Then the lights in the house went out. And somewhere outside, a car door slammed. The lights went out at exactly 9:17 p.m. For 3 seconds, neither Sarah nor former Sheriff Robert Haynes moved. The house was suddenly silent. No refrigerator, no television, no air conditioner, only rain tapping against the windows. Then came another sound. A slow scrape outside. Sarah reached for her flashlight. Haynes whispered, "Don't go near the windows." Why? Because that's what they want. Sarah looked at him. Who? Haynes didn't answer. A second scrape came from outside. Then footsteps. Slow. Measured. Moving across the front porch. Sarah drew her weapon. Haynes stood behind her. The doorknob moved. Once. Twice. Then stopped. Sarah raised her flashlight toward the door. Police. Nothing. She waited. 5 seconds. 10. Then suddenly, a vehicle engine started outside. Tires spun against the wet pavement. The car disappeared down the road. Sarah immediately ran outside. By the time she reached the driveway, there was nothing to see. Only rain. And a single red button lying near the mailbox. Another button from the same jacket. The incident was reported immediately. Within minutes, patrol units surrounded Haynes's property. But there was no vehicle. No suspect. No usable footprints. Whoever had been outside had known exactly how much time they had. Sarah returned to the house. Haynes was sitting at the kitchen table. He looked exhausted. You understand now, he said. Understand what? Why I never talked. Sarah placed the red button on the table. You should have. Haynes stared at it. Maybe. People disappeared. I know. Families. I know. Children. Haynes closed his eyes. I know. Sarah's voice hardened. Then tell me everything. For several seconds, Haynes said nothing. Finally, he whispered. The barn. Sarah frowned. What barn? The Mercer barn. The next morning, investigators returned to Blackwood Road. The old barn stood approximately 70 yards behind the farmhouse. For years, it had been considered irrelevant. Investigators had searched it in 2010. They had found farm equipment, hay, tools, and nothing else. But Haynes insisted there was something beneath it. Thomas showed me once. Showed you what? Something he found under the floor. Sarah looked toward the barn. What? I don't know. You don't know? He wouldn't tell me. Then why bring it up now? Haynes stared at the building. Because I finally understand what he was trying to say. A forensic team entered the barn at 8:30 a.m. The structure was barely standing. Several roof panels had collapsed. Birds had built nests in the rafters. Old farming equipment covered much of the floor. But Sarah noticed something immediately. The central section of the floor looked newer. The wood was darker, less damaged. She pointed toward it. That's been replaced. A technician examined it. Recently? No. Then how old? Maybe 10 or 15 years. Sarah looked at the original photographs from 2010. The floor was visible. She zoomed in. The replacement boards were already there, meaning someone had altered the barn before the Mercer family disappeared. Investigators removed the boards. Beneath them was packed earth. They began digging. 1 foot, 2 feet, 3. Nothing. Then a detector produced a signal. The team stopped. Something metallic was buried below. A shovel struck it. Clang. The entire barn fell silent. They continued carefully. A large steel container emerged from the earth. It was sealed. No markings. No lock. Just a small symbol painted on the lid. 3 interlocking circles. The meridian symbol. Sarah's stomach tightened. Open it. Inside were documents. Hundreds of them. Names. Addresses. Photographs. Bank records. Medical information. School records. Family histories. It wasn't simply a collection. It was a database. Someone had been documenting people. Families. Children. Their routines. Their fears. Their weaknesses. Sarah turned page after page. Then she found the Mercer file. Thomas Mercer. Elaine Mercer. Evan Mercer. Lily Mercer. Each had a photograph. A detailed profile. And beneath Lily's name was a handwritten note. Primary subject. Sarah stared at those words. Primary subject. The technician looked over. What does that mean? I don't know. Then she found another file. Claire Dawson. Another. Margaret Harris. Another. Robert Haynes. Sarah froze. They had files on everyone, including the sheriff who had investigated them. And then she found her own. Sarah Vale. The file contained her photograph, a home address, a vehicle registration, a daily work schedule, and a photograph taken outside the sheriff's office only weeks earlier. Someone had been watching her long before she reopened the case. The container held more than documents. There were cassette tapes, dozens, each labeled with a date. Some went back to 2004. Sarah selected one. The recording began with static, then a man's voice. Subject refuses cooperation. Another voice replied, increase pressure. Sarah stopped the tape. She looked at the sheriff. What is this? Haynes shook his head. I don't know. But Sarah didn't believe him. Listen. She restarted it. The first voice continued. The family is becoming unstable. The second voice asked, what about the girl? A pause. Then, the girl is the reason we're here. Sarah's eyes widened. The tape continued. She has the memory. Sarah stopped the recording. The memory of what? No one answered. She searched the documents again. A folder marked Lily M. contained dozens of notes. Most were cryptic. Subject remembers the room. Subject remembers the voice. Subject must not speak. One note was underlined 3 times. If she tells anyone what she saw, the entire operation is compromised. Sarah felt a chill. What had 6-year-old Lily seen? Then she found something that changed everything. A photograph. It showed Lily sitting at a table. She appeared to be drawing. Beside her was a piece of paper. The drawing showed a house, a man, and 3 circles. Sarah turned the photograph over. The date was October 11th, 2010, 6 days before the family disappeared. Underneath was another note. She drew him again. Sarah searched the Mercer farmhouse for Lily's old drawings. They had been catalogued as evidence in 2010. Most were children's pictures. Houses. Trees. animals, family members. But one drawing had never been included in the original evidence inventory. A technician found it inside the storage container. The paper was folded. When Sarah opened it, she saw a child's drawing of a large black room. 4 people stood inside. A man, a woman, a little boy, a little girl. But there was another figure. Behind the wall, a shadow with no face. Above it, Lily had written, "He lives under the house." Sarah stared at the sentence. Under the house. The technician looked toward the farmhouse, then toward the barn. Maybe she meant a basement. The farmhouse doesn't have one. Then what did she mean? The answer came from the soil. A ground-penetrating radar team scanned the area beneath the barn. The machine revealed a rectangular cavity approximately 20 feet below the surface. A hidden chamber. Sarah stared at the monitor. How did we miss that in 2010? The technician shook his head. You weren't looking for it. A drilling team was brought in. They opened a narrow access point through the barn floor. Air rushed upward, cold, stale, and carrying a smell that made everyone step backward. The chamber was real. A ladder descended into darkness. Sarah went down first. The walls were concrete. The room was surprisingly large. There were shelves, boxes, old equipment, and a table. On the table sat a single cassette recorder. Beside it was a photograph. Sarah picked it up. The image showed the Mercer family. Thomas, Elaine, Evan, Lily. All 4 were sitting together. But they weren't inside the farmhouse. They were inside this underground room. The date on the photograph was October 18, 2010, one day after their supposed disappearance. Sarah's hands began shaking. They had been alive after the family vanished. At least for one day. Perhaps longer. Then the cassette recorder clicked. It turned on by itself. Everyone froze. A man's voice filled the room. Thomas Mercer. His voice was weak, terrified, but unmistakable. If you're hearing this, we failed. Sarah moved closer. Thomas continued. They told us nobody would ever find this place. A pause. Then, I was wrong. There was a sound in the background. A child crying. Lily. Thomas's voice broke. If Lily survives, don't let them take her back. The recording continued. The people behind Meridian aren't who you think they are. Static. Then Thomas whispered. The foundation was never helping families. Another pause. It was selecting them. Sarah stared at the recorder. Selecting them. For what? Thomas continued. They choose families with children who have witnessed something. The recording suddenly became distorted. A door slammed somewhere in the background. Thomas whispered, "They are here." The tape ended. For several seconds, nobody moved. Then Sarah noticed something scratched into the concrete wall. 3 interlocking circles. Beneath them were 4 words. The children remember. But that wasn't all. A second line had been scratched beneath it. Newer. Much newer. The letters were uneven. Almost desperate. Sarah raised her flashlight. It read, "Lily is not safe." And beneath those words, someone had written a name. Not Daniel Harper. Not Thomas Mercer. Not anyone Sarah recognized. A name she had never heard before. Marcus Vale. Sarah stared at it. Her own last name. Vale. She stepped backward. That's impossible. One technician looked at her. Detective. Sarah couldn't answer, because suddenly she remembered something her father had once told her. Years ago, when she was a child, he'd warned her never to ask questions about a particular organization. She had forgotten the name. Until now. Meridian. Her father had worked for a company connected to Meridian. And if the name on the wall was connected to her family, then the Mercer case wasn't simply a cold case Sarah had chosen to investigate. Someone might have wanted her to investigate it. The underground chamber had answered one question. The Mercer family had not simply disappeared. They had been imprisoned. But it had created an even more disturbing mystery. If the Mercers were alive after October 17, 2010, what happened to them afterward? And why had someone written Sarah's family name on the wall? Before she could find the answer, one of the technicians shouted from the entrance. "Detective!" Sarah turned. "What?" He held up a photograph. "We found another room." "Where?" He pointed deeper into the darkness. Behind this wall. Sarah approached. The concrete section had a hidden door. It opened inward. Beyond it was a narrow corridor. At the end stood a small wooden chair. On the chair was an old telephone. The same model found upstairs in the farmhouse. But this one had a cord. It was connected. Sarah's phone suddenly rang. She looked at the screen. Unknown number. She answered. A young woman's voice whispered. Sarah. Lily. Don't go through that door. Sarah looked toward the corridor. Why? Lily's breathing became frantic. Because that's where they kept my father. Sarah froze. What happened to him? Silence. Then Lily whispered. He's still there. The line went dead. Sarah stared down the corridor, then slowly raised her flashlight. At the far end, something moved. A shadow passed across the doorway. Someone was inside. Someone who had been waiting underground. And whoever it was, had been waiting for Sarah. For 3 seconds, Detective Sarah Vale stood completely still. The corridor beneath the Mercer barn was narrow and dark. A flashlight trembled slightly in her hand. At the far end, something had moved. Not an animal. Not a trick of the light. A shadow had crossed the doorway. Someone was there. Everyone stay back, Sarah whispered. 2 deputies raised their weapons. The forensic technicians moved toward the stairs. Sarah took 1 step forward, then another. Police. No answer. She advanced slowly through the corridor. The walls were covered with old scratches. Names. Dates. Short messages. Some were almost impossible to read. But one appeared repeatedly. Lily. Sarah reached the doorway. She pushed it open. The room beyond was empty. There was no man. No woman. No prisoner. Nothing. Only an old wooden chair. A blanket. A metal cup. And a small pile of photographs. Sarah approached. The room smelled old. But the blanket was warm. Someone had been sitting there recently. Very recently. She touched it. Then heard footsteps behind her. She spun around. One of the deputies was standing in the doorway. Detective. What? He pointed toward the floor. A trail of muddy footprints led away from the room. Not toward the entrance. Toward another passage. They followed the footprints. The passage narrowed until only one person could walk through at a time. After approximately 30 feet, it ended at a steel door. The door was locked. No handle on the outside. Only a small rectangular opening at eye level. Sarah looked through it. Darkness. She tried the handle. Nothing. Then she noticed writing scratched into the metal. She escaped here. Beneath it. October 17th, 2010. Sarah stared at the date. This was where Lily had escaped. Not 11 years ago from the farmhouse. From this underground facility. And if Lily had escaped, someone else had been trapped here. The team searched for another entrance. They found one beneath the old barn's eastern wall. A narrow ventilation shaft opened into the forest. Fresh mud surrounded it. Someone had used it recently. Sarah crouched. There was a footprint. Small. Women's shoe. Approximately size 7. She looked at the sole pattern, then at the photographs recovered from the cabin. The same shoe appeared in one of them. The photograph showing the young woman at the roadside payphone. Sarah finally understood. Lily had been moving through the woods. She had been hiding, watching, calling, and trying desperately to lead investigators toward the truth without exposing herself. At 6:42 a.m., Sarah received another phone call. Unknown number. She answered. Lily. Nothing. Then. Are you alone? No. You need to be. Where are you? I can't tell you. You called me. I know. Why? Because you found the room. Sarah glanced toward the underground chamber. Did you know it was there? Yes. How? A pause. I lived there. Sarah felt her chest tighten. For how long? I don't remember. Lily. I was 6 when they took me. Sarah closed her eyes. Who took you? Another pause. My father. Sarah froze. Your father? He brought us there. Why? He said it was the only place we would be safe. Sarah couldn't understand. Safe from whom? Lily's voice became quieter. Everyone. The story Lily told over the next hour was fragmented. She remembered pieces. Not everything. Some memories came back as sounds. Some as smells. Some as images. She remembered her father carrying her downstairs. Her mother crying. Her brother asking where they were going. She remembered a man in a red jacket. She remembered the three-circle symbol. And she remembered being told one thing repeatedly. Never trust the people who say they are here to help you. Sarah asked about Daniel Harper. Lily said he was real. But he wasn't the man in the red jacket. Daniel was my father's friend. Where is he now? Dead. Did you know he died before you disappeared? No. Then who used his name? Lily went silent. Finally she said, someone who wanted us to think Daniel was still alive. Sarah asked the question she'd been afraid to ask. What happened to your mother? Silence. Then Lily whispered. She tried to leave. When? After we came underground. Did she succeed? No. Sarah swallowed. What happened? I heard shouting. Then? Nothing. What about Evan? Another long silence. My brother disappeared. When? I don't know. Was he taken? I think so. By whom? Lily began crying. The man in the red jacket. Sarah asked where Lily was now. Lily refused to say. Instead, she asked Sarah a question. Do you remember the photograph? What photograph? The one from the sheriff's office. Sarah thought about the picture Haynes had given her. Thomas. The woman. Lily. October 17th, 2010. Yes. That's the last time I saw my father. Sarah's heart sank. But you said he was still alive. I said I saw him after that. When? Years later. Where? At the farmhouse. Sarah stared. That's impossible. I know. What did he look like? Lily's voice trembled. Older. Was he alone? No. Who was with him? A long silence. Then Lily said, the man in the red jacket. Sarah returned to the farmhouse that afternoon. The old photographs were spread across a table. She compared them carefully. Thomas in 2010. Thomas in another photograph from 2014. Thomas in a photograph from 2018. The later photographs had been taken from a distance. His face was never completely visible. But his posture was the same. His shoulders. His walk. The shape of his head. Sarah sent them to the State Forensic Laboratory. Within hours, facial analysis software returned a high probability. The man in the photographs was almost certainly Thomas Mercer. Alive. 11 years after his disappearance. But there was something even stranger. Thomas appeared in photographs from different locations. A gas station. A roadside diner. A motel. A church parking lot. All within Bellwether County. Someone had been tracking him. Or perhaps, Thomas had been tracking someone else. Investigators searched the recent photographs again. One image showed Thomas standing outside an old motel. Beside him stood the man in the red jacket. Between them was a third person. A woman. Sarah enlarged the photograph. The woman was older. Dark hair. Thin face. She wore a silver bracelet. The horse charm. Lily. The photograph had been taken only 8 months earlier. Meaning Lily wasn't simply alive. She had been moving through the county for years. And Thomas had been with her. The next clue came from a motel clerk. The motel was called the Pine Rest. The clerk remembered Thomas. He stayed here a few times. Under what name? The clerk checked the old records. Marcus Vale. Sarah's stomach dropped. Her own surname. Did he ever have a woman with him? Sometimes. Young woman. Yes. Did you know her name? The clerk shook his head, but she called him Dad. Sarah stared at him. Are you sure? Absolutely. The motel records showed something extraordinary. Thomas had been staying there intermittently since 2016. For 5 years. Each time he used a different name. But the same pattern repeated. He stayed for 1 or 2 nights. Always requested a room away from the main entrance. Always paid cash. And almost every time, a young woman accompanied him. Lily. Sarah now faced a new problem. If Thomas had been alive for years, why hadn't he contacted police? Why had Lily remained hidden? Why had they continued running? The answer came from a notebook recovered inside the motel room. It belonged to Thomas. The first page contained a single sentence. The police are compromised. The next page listed names. Several were familiar. Former Sheriff Robert Haynes, 2 retired deputies, a county judge, a local businessman, and one name Sarah recognized immediately. Her own father, Michael Vale. Sarah sat down. Her father had died when she was 22. He had always been a quiet man, a county investigator, a man who rarely discussed his work. Sarah had never known he was connected to the Mercer case. Now his name appeared in Thomas's notebook. Beside it was a symbol, 3 circles. Sarah called her mother. Did Dad ever work with the Meridian Foundation? Her mother became silent. Why are you asking? Please. Another pause. Your father told me never to talk about it. About what? The Mercer family. Sarah closed her eyes. What did he know? He said Thomas was trying to expose something. What? I don't know. Did Dad know Lily? Yes. Sarah's voice cracked. How? He helped her. Sarah stood. What do you mean? Her mother began crying. Your father was one of the people who helped Lily escape. The truth emerged slowly. In 2010, Michael Vale had been working as a county investigator. He had discovered evidence connecting the Meridian Foundation to several missing families. He secretly contacted Thomas Mercer. Thomas had already realized the foundation was dangerous. Together, they planned to get Lily out. But the plan failed. Thomas was captured. Michael helped Lily escape. He hid her with another family. Then he disappeared from the investigation. Publicly, he claimed he had found nothing. Privately, he continued protecting Lily. Until his death. Sarah asked the question that mattered most. Where did Dad send Lily? Her mother shook her head. I don't know. Then she remembered something. He left a letter. Where? Your father's study. Sarah returned home. She found the letter inside an old wooden box. The envelope had never been opened. On the front was written, For Sarah, when the Mercer case returns. Her hands trembled as she opened it. Her father's handwriting filled the page. He explained everything. The Meridian Foundation had been a front. Its real purpose was identifying families who had witnessed crimes connected to a private network of wealthy and influential people. The foundation didn't simply threaten those families. It controlled them. Some were bribed. Some were intimidated. Some disappeared. The Mercers had discovered the operation. Thomas tried to expose it. Michael tried to help. Both failed. But Lily escaped. Michael had hidden her under a new identity. For 11 years, she remained alive. Watching. Waiting. Afraid that revealing herself would put everyone around her in danger. At the bottom of the letter, her father had written one final warning. If Lily contacts you, believe her. The people hunting her are closer than you think. Sarah read the sentence twice. Then her phone rang. Lily. Sarah answered. I found my father's letter. I know. Sarah froze. How? I was there. Where? Outside your house. Sarah rushed to the window. Across the street stood a young woman. Dark hair. Pale face. A silver bracelet around her wrist. The horse charm. Lily Mercer. Alive. 17 years old. No. 21. Sarah stepped toward the door. Lily raised one hand. Don't come outside. Why? Lily looked behind her. Then whispered. Because he's here. Sarah scanned the street. At the far end, a man stepped from a parked vehicle. Red jacket. Silver ring. 3-circle symbol. Lily's voice came through the phone. Sarah. What? That's not the man who took us. Sarah stared at the figure. Then who is he? Lily's answer was barely audible. My brother. Sarah's blood ran cold. Evan Mercer had been 9 years old when he disappeared. He should have been 20 years old now. The man in the red jacket looked directly toward Sarah's house. Then he smiled, and began walking toward them. The man in the red jacket crossed the street without hurrying. He didn't run. He didn't hide. He simply walked toward Sarah's house as if he had every right to be there. Sarah stood behind the curtain, watching him. Across the street, Lily remained frozen beside the parked car. Then Lily lifted the phone again. Sarah, I'm here. Listen to me. I'm listening. Don't let him inside. Who is he? Lily swallowed. My brother. Sarah stared at the man. Evan. Yes. He was 9. I know. He'd be 20 now. I know. The figure continued toward the house. Sarah's mind struggled to reconcile the photograph of a frightened 9-year-old boy with the adult walking toward her. Why is Evan wearing the red jacket? Lily's voice became almost a whisper. Because they made him. Sarah immediately called for backup, but before she could finish explaining, someone knocked on the front door. 3 slow knocks. Knock. 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 Sarah moved toward the hallway. She kept her weapon lowered but ready. Another knock. Then a man's voice. Detective Vale. Sarah didn't answer. I know you're inside. She recognized the voice. It was the man from the recordings. The man who had been following the Mercer family. The man Lily had warned her about. Sarah moved closer to the door. Identify yourself. A pause. Then, Evan Mercer. Sarah looked toward Lily through the window. Lily shook her head violently. Don't. Evan spoke again. I know you have questions. Sarah didn't respond. I have answers. Then talk from outside. A faint laugh. You sound like your father. Sarah's blood ran cold. You knew my father. Better than you think. Step away from the door. I don't want to hurt you. Then step away. Silence. Then footsteps moved backward. Sarah waited. 1 second. 2. 3. Then the front porch became empty. She looked through the window. Evan was gone. Sarah ran outside. Lily's car was already moving. Sarah jumped into her vehicle and followed. The chase lasted less than 5 minutes. Lily's car turned onto a narrow country road and disappeared behind a line of trees. Sarah stopped. There were no other vehicles. She called Lily. No answer. Again. Nothing. Then a message appeared. Come alone. Coordinates followed. Sarah recognized the location. The old St. Agnes boarding house, abandoned since 2014. She drove there. St. Agnes had once been a private residence for children whose families needed temporary housing. The building had closed after a fire. Most of it had been demolished, but the original basement remained. Sarah entered through a broken side door. The air smelled of wet wood and dust. A flashlight swept across empty rooms. Lily. No answer. She moved downstairs. At the bottom of the staircase, she saw something on the floor. A child's drawing. A house. 3 circles. And 4 people. Sarah picked it up. On the back was written, "The room isn't under the barn." She froze, then heard a voice behind her. You're looking in the wrong place. Sarah spun around. Lily stood in the doorway, older than the child in the photographs, but unmistakably the same person. She was thin, exhausted. Her eyes were filled with fear. Sarah lowered her weapon. Lily. Lily nodded. I told you not to come alone. You told me to come alone. No. Sarah frowned. I said the message told me to. Lily looked confused. I didn't send that. Sarah's stomach tightened. Someone else had lured her here. Lily stepped into the basement. Evan did. Where is he? Not here. Where is he? I don't know. You're his sister. I know. Then tell me what happened. Lily looked toward the dark hallway. He isn't the same person anymore. Sarah softened her voice. Tell me. Lily sat on an overturned wooden box. My brother was 9 when they took us. Sarah nodded. You told me that. After we were taken underground, they separated us. Why? They said Evan had something they needed. What? I don't know. What did they do to him? Lily stared at the floor. They trained him. Sarah said nothing. They taught him how to follow people. How to watch. How to disappear. How to make people trust him. Why? Because he remembered. Remembered what? The room. Sarah thought about the phrase scratched into the underground chamber. The children remember. Lily continued. Evan saw something before we disappeared. What? He saw the people behind Meridian. Who? Not one person. She looked at Sarah. Many. Lily explained that the Meridian Foundation wasn't controlled by a single individual. It was a network. Lawyers, business owners, officials, doctors, people who moved between legitimate organizations and private operations. They didn't have one public name. Instead, they used the three-circle symbol. The organization had existed for decades. Families who became dangerous were identified. Children who witnessed sensitive information were separated from their parents. Some disappeared. Others were given new identities. The Mercers discovered the operation after Thomas repaired a vehicle belonging to one of its members. He found documents hidden inside. Names, payments, photographs, and recordings. Thomas copied the files. That was when the organization noticed him. They weren't going to kill us at first, Lily said. Why not? Because my father had something they wanted. What? A recording. Sarah remembered the cassette from the underground room. Was it the recording we found? No, there was another. Lily nodded. My father made a copy. Where is it? I don't know. You must know something. Lily looked at her. Your father knew. Sarah froze. My father. Michael helped him hide it. Where? Lily shook her head. I was too young. Sarah suddenly remembered the letter. Her father's warning. She reached into her coat and pulled it out. Lily stared at it. I've seen that. When? Your father showed it to me. Before he died. Lily nodded. What did he tell you? He said if anything happened to him, I should find you. Sarah felt the weight of the moment. Why didn't you? Because I was scared. Of Evan. Lily shook her head. Of the people controlling him. A sound echoed from the hallway. Both women turned. Footsteps. Slow. Heavy. Lily stood. His here. Sarah raised her weapon. Evan. No. Who? Lily whispered. The man who made him. The footsteps stopped. A door slammed somewhere above them. Sarah grabbed Lily's arm. We're leaving. They ran toward the stairs. But the basement door had been locked. Sarah tried the handle. Nothing. Then the lights came on. The basement was suddenly illuminated. At the far end of the room stood a man. Not Evan. Older. Perhaps 60. Gray hair. Black coat. And on his left hand, the silver ring. But there was something else. A scar across his cheek. Lily immediately recognized him. No. The man smiled. Hello, Lily. Sarah stepped between them. Stay where you are. The man looked at Sarah. You really are your father's daughter. Who are you? My name doesn't matter. It does to me. He smiled. Then call me what your father called me. Sarah waited. The man said, the Keeper. Sarah had heard the name before. Not in the official case files. Not in police reports. In Thomas Mercer's journal. One entry had mentioned, the Keeper knows everything. Sarah suddenly understood. The Keeper wasn't simply an investigator. He was the person responsible for maintaining the organization's secrets. And he had been doing it for years. The man took a step forward. Your father was clever. What did he know? Too much. What happened to him? He died. Did you kill him? No. The man smiled. He simply understood what happens to people who refuse to cooperate. Lily stepped forward. You took Evan. The Keeper looked at her. I saved Evan. You destroyed him. I gave him purpose. He was 9. He was useful. Sarah's grip tightened around her weapon. Where is he? The Keeper smiled. Closer than you think. A loud crash came from above. The Keeper looked toward the ceiling. Sarah realized what was happening. Someone else was inside the building. She looked at Lily. Run. The two women moved toward a side corridor. The Keeper didn't stop them. He simply watched. They reached the end of the hallway. A brick wall blocked their path. Lily pressed her hands against it. There. What? This is it. Sarah examined the wall. One brick was slightly different. Lily pushed. Nothing happened. Then Sarah noticed the 3-circle symbol carved into the mortar. She pressed the center circle. A hidden mechanism clicked. Part of the wall moved inward. A secret doorway opened. Beyond it was a narrow staircase. Lily looked at Sarah. This is the room. What room? The room they used before the barn. They descended. The staircase ended beneath the abandoned boarding house. Sarah's flashlight revealed a large underground chamber. Unlike the room beneath the barn, this one was preserved. Tables, filing cabinets, old computers, photographs, hundreds of them. Children, families, investigators, politicians, judges, doctors, everyone connected to the Meridian network. And on one wall was a massive map of Bellwether County. Red lines connected dozens of locations. Sarah recognized several. The Mercer farmhouse, the barn, the sheriff's office, the school, the Pine Rest Motel, and her own childhood home. Sarah stepped closer. A red line connected her house to the Mercer farmhouse. What is this? Lily whispered. They've been watching your family too. Then Sarah saw a photograph pinned to the center of the map. It showed her father, Michael Vale, standing beside Thomas Mercer. Both men looked terrified. The date was October 18th, 2010, one day after the disappearance. Underneath it was a handwritten note. Vale knows. Sarah stared. Her father hadn't simply helped Lily. He had been investigating the organization, and the organization had known. Then Sarah noticed something even stranger. A recent photograph. It showed Sarah entering the Mercer farmhouse. The timestamp was from 2 days earlier. Beneath it was another image. Lily standing outside the house. And beneath Lily's photograph, Evan, wearing the red jacket. But the photograph had been taken only 6 hours earlier. He was standing in front of a building Sarah recognized. The sheriff's office. Sarah's face went pale. Evan is going there. Lily nodded. He wants something. What? The recording. Sarah looked at the map. Then we have to stop him. No. Lily grabbed her arm. You don't understand. What? Evan doesn't want the recording. Sarah looked at her. Then what does he want? Lily's eyes filled with tears. He wants everyone who heard it. A loud metallic sound echoed from the stairwell. The keeper had entered the hidden room. He stood at the top of the stairs. And behind him, Evan appeared. Red jacket. Silver ring. Expressionless. Sarah raised her weapon. Evan. He looked at her. For a moment, his face changed. Not much. Just enough. Sarah saw the little boy hidden underneath years of fear. Evan, she said again. He stared at her, then whispered, Sarah. Lily stepped forward. Evan. His eyes moved toward his sister. For several seconds, neither spoke. Then Evan looked at the keeper. Something in his expression hardened. The keeper smiled. You see, he said quietly. Children remember. Evan suddenly pulled a small object from his jacket. A cassette tape. He held it up. The recording, Sarah whispered. Evan looked directly at her. No. He shook his head. This is the last thing my father left us. Sarah stepped closer. What is it? Evan looked toward Lily, then toward Sarah. His voice trembled. The truth. He placed the cassette on the table, and before anyone could stop him, the lights went out. A gunshot echoed through the chamber, then another. When the emergency lights came on, the keeper was gone. Evan was gone. Lily was standing alone beside the table, and the cassette was missing. Sarah looked at the empty space where it had been. Then she saw something written on the wall, freshly scratched into the concrete. 4 words. Ask who called 911. Sarah stared at the message. For the first time, she wondered whether the mysterious emergency call that had started everything had really been a cry for help. Maybe it had been something else. Maybe someone had wanted Sarah to find the Mercer family. Maybe someone had wanted the secret room discovered. And maybe the person who made that first call had known Sarah's name long before she ever heard Lily's voice. The investigation had started with a call from an empty house. Now Sarah realized the house had never been empty. Someone had been inside. Someone had been waiting. And the final question was no longer, where did the Mercer family go? It was, who had been calling Sarah all along? The first call had come from an empty house. The second had come from a disconnected telephone. The third had come from a number that should not have existed. And now Sarah finally understood what connected them. They had never been random. Someone had been guiding the investigation. Someone had known exactly what Sarah would find, and whoever that person was had been manipulating the case from the beginning. The message scratched into the wall beneath St. Agnes repeated in Sarah's mind. Ask who called 911. She stared at it for nearly a minute. Then Lily spoke. Sarah. Sarah turned. Who made the first call? I don't know. You told me you called from the farmhouse. I did. Then why does the evidence say the call came from inside the house? Because I was inside. Sarah froze. What? Lily looked frightened. I was there. That night. No. Then when? Lily hesitated. The night before you found the phone. Sarah's mind raced. You were inside the farmhouse. Lily nodded. I needed to leave something. What? A message. For me? Yes. Why didn't you just call? Because I knew someone was listening. Sarah looked toward the dark corridor. Who? Lily whispered. Everyone. The police secured the St. Agnes building. The keeper was gone. Evan was gone. The cassette was gone. But Sarah had recovered something else. A single fingerprint from the table. The forensic team processed it. The result came back 2 hours later. The print belonged to Thomas Mercer. Sarah stared at the report. Thomas had supposedly vanished 11 years earlier. Yet his fingerprint was fresh. And there was more. The lab estimated that the fingerprint had been deposited within the previous 48 hours. Sarah looked at Lily. Your father was here. Lily nodded. I told you. He's alive. I know. Where is he? I don't know. You've seen him. Yes. When? 3 days ago. Sarah's heart raced. Where? Lily looked toward the underground chamber. He told me to find you. Sarah frowned. Why? Because he said you were the only person he trusted. Why me? Lily didn't answer. Instead, she reached into her coat. She removed a folded piece of paper. This was for you. Sarah opened it. 3 words were written in Thomas Mercer's handwriting. Ask your father. Sarah stared. My father is dead. Lily shook her head. That's not what he meant. Sarah spent the next several hours reviewing everything she knew about Michael Vale. Her father. County investigator. Quiet. Private. Dead at 58. His official cause of death had been a heart attack. No suspicious circumstances. No investigation. But Sarah had never understood why her father had become increasingly withdrawn during the final years of his life. Now she had a reason. He had been protecting Lily. And apparently, he had left something behind. Sarah returned to her mother's house. She searched her father's old study. Books. Files. Photographs. Nothing. Then she noticed a small wooden clock on the shelf. It had stopped at 11:48. The same time written on the photograph showing Lily at the sheriff's office. Sarah opened the clock. Inside was a tiny key. Attached to the key was a piece of paper. B17. Sarah immediately recognized the reference. A storage facility. Her father's name appeared on the original rental records. Unit B17. The facility had been closed for years. The building was scheduled for demolition. Sarah obtained emergency access. Inside Unit B17 was a single metal box. No lock. No dust. It had been opened recently. Inside were photographs, audio tapes, documents, and a handwritten notebook. The first page read, "The Mercer family was never the target." Sarah turned the page. Lily was. The next, Evan witnessed the transfer. Another, Thomas stole the recording. Sarah continued reading. The organization had been conducting secret operations involving children who accidentally witnessed sensitive events. The children weren't necessarily abducted. Sometimes they were manipulated. Sometimes their families were threatened. Sometimes they were relocated. The purpose was simple. Silence. But Lily had witnessed something she wasn't supposed to see. A meeting. A man. A room. And a transaction involving several influential people. Thomas had secretly recorded it. That recording became the key to everything. Sarah found a cassette labeled, the 17th of October, 10, original. She inserted it into an old player. Static. Then voices. Thomas. Another man. A woman. Several people. The recording was muffled. But Sarah could hear enough. "We need the girl." Thomas answered, "She's a child. She saw it. She doesn't understand what she saw. She will." A chair moved. Then another voice. "Then the family goes." Thomas became angry. "You promised nobody would hurt them." A man replied, "Nobody has to hurt them." A pause. "People disappear every day." Sarah stopped the tape. She couldn't breathe. The recording continued. Then she heard a voice she recognized. Her father's voice. "That's enough." Sarah froze. Michael Vale was in the room. Alive. 11 years ago. He had confronted them. The recording continued. Michael said, "If you touch that family, I will release everything." The other man laughed. "You think you have evidence?" Michael answered, "I know I do." Then the tape ended. Sarah played it again. And again. Her father had been there. He had known. He had tried to stop them. But there was something else. A voice at the very end. A voice almost too quiet to hear. Sarah increased the volume. "Static." Then, "Sarah." She stopped the tape. Her name. Someone had said her name. But Sarah had been a child in 2010. Why would they mention her? She rewound. The voice came again. "Sarah." Then another voice. "She'll be useful." The recording ended. Sarah suddenly understood why the organization had monitored her. It wasn't because she had reopened the Mercer case. It was because she was already part of it. They had known who she was before she ever became a detective. They had been watching her father. They had been watching Lily. And eventually, they had been watching Sarah. Her phone rang. Unknown number. Sarah answered. No greeting. Only breathing. Then a man's voice. "You found the tape." Sarah recognized him. "The keeper. Where are you?" "You already know." "No. You know exactly where I am." "Why are you doing this?" "Because you keep asking the wrong question." "What question should I ask?" "Who called 911? Sarah tightened her grip on the phone. "Tell me." A quiet laugh. "You still don't understand." "Then explain it." "The first call wasn't made by Lily." Sarah froze. "What?" "The second wasn't either." "Then who?" The keeper whispered. "Your father." Sarah stopped breathing. "That's impossible." "He knew you would eventually investigate." "My father died years ago." "He knew that too." Sarah stared at the wall. The keeper continued. "Michael Vale spent years preparing for the day the truth would come out." "Why didn't he expose you?" "Because exposure would have gotten Lily killed." "And now?" "Now she's already exposed." Sarah's voice hardened. "Where is Thomas?" A pause. "Closer than you think." Then the line went dead. Sarah immediately returned to the Mercer farmhouse. She entered through the back door. The house was dark. Empty. She searched the rooms. Nothing. Then she heard a sound from upstairs. A floorboard creaked. Sarah raised her weapon. "Police." No answer. She climbed the stairs. At the end of the hallway stood a man. Older. Thin. Gray hair. Wearing a dark coat. Sarah recognized him immediately. Thomas Mercer. He raised both hands. "Don't shoot." Sarah's weapon remained pointed at him. "Are you Thomas?" He nodded. "Where have you been?" "Running." "From whom?" "Everyone." Sarah lowered the weapon slightly. "You called 911. Thomas shook his head. "No." "Then who did?" "My son." "Evan." Thomas nodded. "He wanted you to find us." "Why?" "Because he knew I couldn't do it." Sarah stared at him. "What happened to Evan?" Thomas looked toward the window. "He became what they wanted him to become." "He's working for them." "Not anymore." "Then why is he wearing the red jacket?" Thomas looked at her. "Because he wants them to think he is." Sarah finally understood. Evan had infiltrated the organization. He had spent years pretending to work for them. The man in the red jacket wasn't hunting Lily. He was protecting her. But there was one problem. Sarah remembered the keeper's warning. "Who is the keeper?" Thomas's expression changed. For the first time, genuine fear appeared in his eyes. "You don't want to know." "Tell me." Thomas shook his head. "He's not a person." Sarah frowned. "What does that mean?" "He is a position." "What?" Every generation, someone becomes the keeper. Who is the current one? Thomas looked directly at Sarah, then whispered, "You already met him." Sarah thought of the people she'd spoken to. The sheriff, the old detective, the school principal, the motel clerk, her own father. She couldn't understand. Who? Thomas stepped closer. Before he could answer, a gunshot shattered the upstairs window. Thomas fell. Sarah screamed. "Thomas!" She dropped beside him. Blood spread across his shirt, but the bullet had struck his shoulder. He was alive. Sarah looked toward the window. Nothing. Then she heard footsteps outside. Running. She rushed downstairs. The front door was open. A figure disappeared into the trees. "Red jacket." Sarah ran after him. "Evan." The figure stopped. Turned. It was Evan. For a moment, brother and sister stood facing each other across the yard. Then Evan shouted, "Get Lily out of the county." Sarah stopped. "Why?" "They know where she is." "Who?" Evan looked toward the farmhouse. His expression changed. "They've always known." Then he threw something toward Sarah. A cassette. The missing recording. Sarah caught it. Evan turned and disappeared into the darkness. Sarah returned to the farmhouse. Thomas was conscious. She showed him the cassette. He immediately recognized it. "That's the one." "What is on it?" "Everything." Sarah inserted the tape. The recording began. Voices. Names. Payments. Orders. Then a meeting. And finally, a voice Sarah recognized. Her father's. But Michael wasn't speaking to the Meridian members. He was speaking to someone else. Someone in the room. He said, "If I die, Sarah will find this." Another voice answered, "Then she'll become the next keeper." Sarah froze. Thomas looked at her. "Now you understand." "No." Sarah shook her head. "My father wasn't part of the organization." Thomas's eyes filled with sadness. "No. Then why did they say I'd become the keeper?" "Because they believed your father had chosen you." "Chosen me for what?" Thomas looked toward the cassette. To finish what he started. The recording continued. Michael's voice became clearer. "The keeper isn't the person who controls the network." A pause. "The keeper is the person who knows where all the evidence is buried." Sarah stared at Thomas. "And my father was the keeper?" Thomas nodded. "Yes." Sarah's entire understanding of her father collapsed. He hadn't been protecting the Mercer family from the outside. He had been inside the network. He had collected evidence, hidden it, and waited. For Sarah, the recording continued. Michael's final words were barely audible. "If you're hearing this, Sarah, I'm sorry. Then, I had to keep you alive long enough to finish this." The tape clicked. Silence. Sarah looked at Thomas. "Where is the rest?" Thomas didn't answer. "Where is the evidence?" He looked toward the farmhouse wall. "The house." Sarah frowned. "What about it?" Thomas pointed upstairs. "Your father hid everything here." Sarah looked toward the hallway. "Where?" Thomas whispered. "Behind the wall." Sarah's heart began racing. She remembered the photographs, the hidden cavity, the secret rooms, the house that had called 911. She walked upstairs. At the end of the hallway, she placed her hand against the wall. Something felt different. Hollow. She knocked. Once. Twice. A faint echo came back. Sarah looked at Thomas. He nodded. "Open it." She pulled away the old paneling. Behind it was a narrow metal door. No handle. Only 3 interlocking circles. Sarah pressed the center. A mechanism clicked. The door opened. Inside was a room no more than 8 feet wide. Shelves covered every wall. Files. Photographs. Tapes. Hard drives. Names. Decades of evidence. And at the center of the room sat a wooden desk. On the desk was a single envelope. Sarah picked it up. Her name was written across the front. Sarah Vale. She opened it. Inside was one final note from her father. Only one sentence. "The man behind the calls isn't the man you think." Sarah looked at Thomas. Then the farmhouse telephone rang downstairs. Once. Twice. 3 times. Thomas's face went white. "Don't answer it." Sarah stared toward the staircase. The telephone rang again. Then again. Finally, the ringing stopped. A few seconds later, Sarah's phone vibrated. A text message. One photograph. It showed the secret room, taken moments ago, and standing in the doorway was Sarah, but she was facing the camera. Behind her stood a second figure. A man, wearing a dark coat. Sarah slowly turned around. Nobody was there. Then she looked back at the photograph. The figure's face was visible. It wasn't the keeper. It wasn't Evan. It wasn't Thomas. It was Michael Vale, Sarah's dead father, and beneath the photograph was a message. He never died. The photograph was impossible. Sarah stared at it for nearly a minute. Her father stood inside the secret room, alive, older than Sarah remembered him. His face was thinner, his hair almost completely gray. But there was no doubt. It was Michael Vale, her father, the man whose funeral she had attended 11 years earlier, the man whose grave she had visited every year since, the man whose death certificate was sitting in a locked drawer at the county courthouse, the man who had supposedly died of a heart attack. Sarah looked at Thomas. Is this real? Thomas didn't answer. Thomas. He slowly nodded. Yes. Sarah's voice cracked. My father is alive. Yes. Where? Thomas looked toward the telephone downstairs. That's what they want you to find out. Sarah ran downstairs. The telephone was silent. She picked up the receiver. Nothing. No dial tone. She checked the wire. Disconnected. Just like the first time. But the telephone shouldn't have been able to ring. Sarah stood in the hallway, staring at it. Then the receiver clicked. A voice came through. Her father's voice. Sarah. She couldn't speak. Sarah, listen carefully. Tears filled her eyes. Dad. A long pause. Then, I'm sorry. Sarah gripped the receiver. Where are you? I can't tell you. Are you alive? Yes. Why did you let me believe you were dead? I had no choice. You always had a choice. Silence. Your mother knew. Sarah stopped. What? She knew. Sarah felt the flaw beneath her seem to disappear. My mother knew you were alive. She knew I might be. That's not an answer. I couldn't risk contacting either of you. Why? Because the people watching me were watching you. Sarah closed her eyes. The truth hurt more than she expected. All those years. All those birthdays. Every anniversary of his death. Every time she had wondered what he would think of her becoming a detective. He had been alive somewhere. Watching. Waiting. Why did you call 911? I didn't. Sarah frowned. You just told me. I told you I knew about the calls. Then who made them? Her father hesitated. Someone who wants the network exposed. Who? You've already met him. Sarah thought of Evan. The keeper. Thomas. Lily. Which one? The one you were told to fear. Evan. No. The keeper. No. Then who? Michael's voice became quiet. Thomas. Sarah turned. Thomas was standing at the end of the hallway. He looked at her. His face had gone pale. Michael continued through the telephone. Don't trust him. Sarah stared at Thomas. You lied to me. Thomas said nothing. You told me the calls came from Evan. I never said that. You said Evan wanted me to find you. He did. Then why is my father telling me not to trust you? Thomas looked toward the ceiling. Because he doesn't know what happened. Sarah's grip tightened around the receiver. Dad. No answer. Dad. The line had gone dead. Thomas walked slowly toward her. Sarah. She raised her weapon. Stay there. Thomas stopped. I can explain. You'd better. Your father believes I betrayed him. Did you? No. Did you work for Meridian? Yes. Sarah's expression hardened. Then why should I believe anything you say? Because I was trying to destroy it from inside. How convenient. Thomas sighed. You think I wanted my family to disappear? I don't know what you wanted. I wanted them alive. And Elaine? Thomas looked down. Sarah's voice became softer. What happened to Elaine? Thomas didn't answer. Where is my mother? Thomas looked at her. What? Sarah froze. What did you say? Thomas's face changed. He realized what he'd said. You said my mother. Sarah stepped closer. Why did you call Elaine my mother? Thomas backed away. Sarah's mind raced. No. She shook her head. No. Thomas said nothing. Sarah whispered. You're saying Elaine isn't Lily's mother. Thomas closed his eyes. Sarah. Tell me. Thomas looked at her. Your mother was involved. Sarah couldn't breathe. My mother? Yes. How? She helped us. That's impossible. Your mother was one of the people who helped Lily escape. Sarah stared. Then why did you call her my mother? Thomas looked toward the telephone. Because she was. The house suddenly felt colder. Sarah's entire childhood seemed to rearrange itself in her mind. Her mother had known Michael. Her mother had known Lily. Her mother had known about Meridian. And now Thomas was suggesting something even more disturbing. That Sarah herself was connected to the Mercer family. Who am I? Sarah whispered. Thomas didn't answer. Who am I? He looked at her. Your father wasn't Michael Vale. Sarah stepped backward. The words didn't make sense. My father was Michael Vale. No. Then who? Thomas said. Thomas Mercer. Sarah couldn't move. The farmhouse seemed to tilt around her. No. Thomas continued. Your mother was Elaine. No. Michael helped hide you. No. Lily was told you were her cousin. Sarah's eyes filled with tears. Stop. Thomas shook his head. You were born before the Mercer family disappeared. Sarah stared. My mother raised me. Yes. Michael raised me. Yes. Then why are you saying you're my father? Thomas looked away. Because you are Lily's half-sister. Sarah felt the room spinning. She remembered the photograph. Her father. Thomas. Elaine. The three-circle symbol. The secret room. The calls. Everything. Except none of it made sense. If I'm Elaine's daughter. Thomas nodded. You are. And Lily. Your sister. Sarah covered her mouth. Why didn't anyone tell me? Because the organization would have used you to find her. And Michael. He protected you. Why fake his death? Because they were looking for him. Sarah looked toward the telephone. Why did he let me become a detective? Thomas smiled sadly. Because he knew one day you'd find the truth. Then the front door opened. Sarah spun around. Lily stood in the doorway. She was crying. You finally know. Sarah stared at her. You knew. Lily nodded. I've always known. You're my sister. Yes. Sarah walked toward her. For a moment, neither moved. Then Lily stepped forward. Sarah hugged her. 11 years of fear. 11 years of unanswered questions. 11 years of believing the Mercer family was dead. And suddenly, one part of that family was standing in her arms. But Lily pulled away. Sarah. What? We have to leave. Why? Because they know. Who? Lily looked toward Thomas. Then toward the window. The keeper. Sarah shook her head. I thought he was gone. He was never gone. A vehicle stopped outside. Lily's expression changed. That's him. Sarah looked through the window. A black SUV. No license plate. The doors opened. 3 people stepped out. Then a fourth. A man wearing a dark coat. Sarah recognized him. Robert Haynes, the former sheriff. The man who had claimed to fear the organization. The man who had given Sarah the photograph. The man who had known about Lily. Sarah's heart sank. He's the keeper. Lily nodded. No. Sarah looked at Thomas. Thomas whispered. He's been the keeper since 2011. The front door opened. Haynes entered without knocking. He looked at Sarah, then Lily, then Thomas. 11 years, he said. Thomas stepped forward. Leave them alone. Haynes smiled. You know how this ends. No. Haynes looked at Sarah. It ends with the house burning. Sarah stared. What? Haynes nodded toward the farmhouse. This house has survived too long. Lily grabbed Sarah's hand. Run. They moved toward the back door. Haynes's men blocked the hallway. A struggle began. Sarah fought one attacker while Lily ran toward the kitchen. Thomas tackled another. Haynes pulled a gun. Then, a shot. Thomas fell. Sarah screamed. "Dad!" She didn't know whether she was shouting at Thomas or Michael. Then another gunshot came from outside. Haynes dropped his weapon. A figure stood beyond the window. Red jacket. Evan. He fired again. The men scattered. Lily ran. Sarah grabbed Thomas. "Are you hurt?" Thomas pressed a hand against his side. "Go. I'm not leaving you." "Sarah." He looked at her. "Go." She pulled Lily toward the back door. Evan was waiting outside. "Move." They ran. Behind them, the farmhouse erupted in flames. They reached the tree line. Sarah turned. The Mercer farmhouse burned against the night sky. The house that had held 11 years of secrets. The house where a family had vanished. The house where the first call had been made. The house where Sarah had discovered the truth about herself. Flames consumed the roof. Lily cried. Why did they burn it? Evan looked at the fire. Because they couldn't control what was inside anymore. Sarah looked at him. What about Thomas? Evan didn't answer. Sarah understood. She turned back toward the farmhouse. But Evan grabbed her. You can't go back. He's my father. Evan's eyes softened. I know. Then he handed her something. A small cassette. Sarah stared. The real recording. Evan nodded. The one they were afraid of. Sarah looked toward the burning house. Is Thomas alive? Evan didn't answer. Lily began crying. Sarah held her hand. For 11 years, the Mercer family had been missing. Now Sarah knew the truth. Some had survived. Some had disappeared. Some had lied. Some had sacrificed everything. And some had spent 11 years waiting for someone to uncover what had been buried. 3 weeks later, the investigation became national news. The underground rooms were discovered. Thousands of documents were recovered. Dozens of missing person cases were reopened. Former officials were questioned. The Meridian Foundation's records became the center of a massive investigation. Robert Haynes was arrested. Several others were identified. But the network itself remained difficult to dismantle. People disappeared. Evidence vanished. Witnesses changed their stories. And one name remained impossible to locate. Michael Vale. Sarah never found her father. But she received one final message. A postcard. No return address. Only a photograph. It showed the Mercer farmhouse. Before the fire. The entire family stood outside. Thomas. Elaine. Evan. Lily. And Sarah. She was only a baby. On the back, Michael had written, You were always the reason we kept fighting. Months later, Sarah returned to Blackwood Road. The farmhouse was gone. Only the stone foundation remained. The barn had been demolished. The trees were still there. The road was quiet. For the first time in 11 years, there was no mystery waiting in the darkness. Sarah stood where the house had once been. Lily stood beside her. Evan was several yards away. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. The family had lost too much. But they had found one another. Sarah looked at the empty foundation. The house had been destroyed. But its story had survived. And perhaps that was the most important lesson of all. A house can burn. Evidence can disappear. People can lie. Memories can fade. But eventually, someone asks the right question. Someone opens the hidden door. Someone finds the photograph behind the wall. Someone listens to the voice on the tape. And someone answers the call. Epilogue. 1 year later, a new 911 dispatcher was working the night shift in Bellwether County. It was 2:13 a.m. The station was quiet. Rain tapped against the windows. Then the phone rang. The dispatcher answered. 911, what's your emergency? No response. Only static. Then a child's voice whispered. He's inside the house. The dispatcher sat upright. What's your address? Silence. Then the child whispered. 1427, Blackwood Road. The dispatcher froze. That address no longer existed. The house had burned down. The property had been condemned. There was nothing there. Can you tell me your name? A pause. Then, Lily. The dispatcher looked at the clock. 2:14 a.m. The line went dead. Outside, across the county, a single light appeared in the darkness, where the Mercer farmhouse had once stood. And for just a moment, a figure could be seen standing inside the empty foundation. wearing a red jacket, watching the road, waiting, because some mysteries end with an answer, others end with another question, and sometimes, the house is still standing. Story 8. Picture New Orleans in the spring of 1919. The air is warm and heavy the way it always is there, thick with the smell of the river and someone's dinner cooking 2 houses down. Streetcar bells ring somewhere in the distance, and in kitchens and parlors and grocery stores across the city, ordinary families are locking their doors a little more carefully than they used to, sleeping a little lighter than they used to, because for almost a year, someone has been breaking into houses in the dead of night, taking up whatever axe happens to be sitting in the yard or the kitchen, and killing the people sleeping inside. Nobody knows his name. Nobody has ever gotten a clear look at his face. And in March of 1919, a letter arrives at the offices of the Times-Picayune newspaper, allegedly written by the killer himself. In it, he calls himself a demon from hell. He says the police will never catch him because he isn't human at all. And then he makes an offer so strange, so specific, that it would end up changing the course of an entire city's cultural history. He says that on a certain night, at a certain hour, he'll kill again, unless the house he chooses is filled with the sound of jazz music. That night, every dance hall in New Orleans filled to capacity. Bands played in living rooms that had never heard live music before. The entire city, gripped by fear, turned itself into one enormous, desperate jazz performance, all in the hope of surviving until sunrise. And it worked. Nobody died that night. This is the story of the Axeman of New Orleans, a killer who was never caught, was never even conclusively identified as a single person at all, and whose true motives remain, over a century later, one of the strangest unsolved mysteries in American history. Settle in. Let the warm night air of old New Orleans settle over you. This one has music in it, but it's the kind of music you play because your life depends on it. To understand the Axeman, you first have to understand that New Orleans in the 1910s was already a city on edge, long before this particular killer began his work. Years earlier, a string of brutal, axe-related attacks against Italian grocers, a Louisiana criminal wave sometimes referred to at the time as the work of the Cleaver, had rattled the city and gone largely unresolved. The lead investigator on those earlier cases, Police Superintendent Reynolds, had died in 1917, taking much of his institutional memory and case knowledge with him. When a new wave of eerily similar attacks began the following year, the New Orleans Police Department, now under different leadership, reportedly failed to immediately connect the new killings to the older, unsolved pattern, a gap in continuity that may have cost investigators crucial early insight into what they were dealing with. New Orleans at this time was also a city shaped by significant Italian immigration and by the racial and ethnic prejudices that came with it. Italian immigrants and Italian-American families more broadly often faced suspicion, discrimination, and, at times, outright violence from a society that viewed them as outsiders. This mattered because as the new string of axe attacks began, an unsettling pattern quickly became apparent. An overwhelming number of the victims were Italian grocers and their families, small business owners running corner grocery stores throughout the city, often living in rooms directly behind or above their shops. Whether the killer specifically targeted Italian families out of ethnic prejudice, or whether the pattern reflected something more circumstantial, perhaps the layout and accessibility of grocer-owned properties, or networks of business rivalry and debt within the close-knit Italian grocery trade, became one of the central, unresolved questions investigators wrestled with for the entire duration of the case, and one that historians still debate today. The killing spree most commonly associated with the Axeman is generally dated as beginning on May 23, 1918, though some historians who have studied the case closely argue that the true beginning, and the true final tally of victims, is far less clear-cut than popular retellings suggest. Even the question of exactly how many attacks belong to a single killer, rather than several unconnected incidents loosely grouped together by frightened newspapers, remains genuinely disputed among historians to this day. What is generally agreed upon is this: on the night of May 23, 1918, Joseph and Catherine Maggio, an Italian grocer couple, were found brutally attacked in their home. Joseph's throat had been cut. Catherine had been savagely beaten. The weapon used against them was an axe that belonged to the Maggios themselves, found discarded at the scene, establishing, right from this first attack, a pattern that would come to define the entire case. This killer did not bring his own weapon. He arrived essentially empty-handed, and once inside a victim's home, he simply picked up whatever axe happened to be sitting in the yard, the shed, or the kitchen, and used it against the people who owned it. Investigators also noted the method of entry. A panel had been removed from the back door using a chisel that, like the axe, the killer typically left behind at the scene rather than carrying away with him. This became another signature element of the pattern: quiet, careful entry through a rear door, using tools of opportunity rather than anything he'd brought with him, and a conspicuous absence of any items stolen from the home afterward. Robbery, again and again, was ruled out as a motive. Nothing of value was ever taken. Whoever was doing this wanted only one thing from the houses he entered, and it wasn't money or property. Over the following months, more attacks followed a broadly similar pattern: nighttime intrusions through a compromised rear door, an axe belonging to the household used as the weapon, and, again, victims who were Italian grocers or members of their immediate families. Some victims survived their injuries. Those who did describe their attacker, when they could describe him at all, only in the vaguest terms: a large, heavy-set man, seen fleeing in darkness, his face never clearly glimpsed. The trauma of the attacks themselves, combined with the late hour and the speed with which the assailant fled, meant that even survivors could offer investigators almost nothing to work with. By the time the pattern had repeated itself enough times to be undeniably connected in the public mind, New Orleans newspapers had already given the unknown killer his enduring name, the Axeman. Beyond the Maggios, several other attacks in the following months added to the city's growing sense of dread. In June of 1918, a grocer named Louis Bissouma was attacked in his home alongside a woman living with him. Both survived, though Bissouma's companion later died of her injuries, and Bissouma himself was briefly and controversially suspected before eventually being cleared. Weeks later, a pregnant woman named Anna Schneider was attacked in her own bed and survived the assault, though badly injured. Each new incident followed the same unsettling shape: entry through a rear door with a chisel, a household axe turned into a murder weapon, no valuables taken, and an assailant who vanished into the dark before anyone could get a clear look at him. By the end of the summer of 1918, the pattern was undeniable, and undeniably terrifying. This wasn't a single tragic incident. It was a spree, unfolding in real time, with no end in sight and no suspect in custody. As word of these attacks spread beyond New Orleans itself, into surrounding Louisiana parishes and eventually into national wire service coverage, the city found itself carrying a strange, unwanted kind of notoriety. Visitors and business contacts from other cities began asking pointed questions about safety. Local officials, sensitive to the city's reputation, faced mounting pressure to show visible progress, even as the actual investigation continued to produce little beyond exhausted leads and cleared suspects. That gap, between the public pressure for an answer and the investigators' genuine inability to produce one, would come to define the entire case for its remaining duration. It's worth sitting with the mechanics of these attacks a little longer, because the calm, almost patient method behind them is part of what made this killer so difficult to catch, and so unsettling to a city trying to understand him. He didn't force his way in loudly. He didn't smash windows or kick down doors. He worked quietly, methodically, at the back of the house, chiseling away a single panel just large enough to reach through or climb through, all without waking the people sleeping only rooms away. He carried almost nothing with him, sometimes, it seems, only the chisel itself, and even that he was willing to leave behind. Once inside, he found what he needed already there, in the yard, the shed, or the kitchen, an axe that belonged to the very family he intended to attack. There is something particularly disturbing in that detail, something that separates this case from a more conventional armed home invasion. The Axeman didn't need a weapon of his own. He simply needed access, and the confidence that whatever a household already owned would be enough. As 1918 gave way to 1919, the attacks continued, and the psychological grip the Axeman held over New Orleans tightened with each new incident. Newspapers covered every development obsessively, running detailed accounts of each new attack alongside increasingly elaborate theories about the killer's identity and motive. Rumors spread through Italian immigrant communities specifically, many of whom felt, with some justification, that they were being deliberately targeted, whether by a single individual with a personal or ethnic grudge, or by someone exploiting the vulnerability of grocery-owning families whose homes and shops often shared the same modest building, with limited security and predictable nighttime routines. Grocers across the city began taking extraordinary precautions. Some families slept in shifts, taking turns keeping watch through the night. Others installed makeshift alarms, or kept axes and other weapons of their own close at hand, in a grim, self-defeating irony given that the killer's preferred method was simply to use whatever weapon a household already possessed against its own occupants. Beyond the physical precautions, there was a deeper, quieter kind of fear settling over the city's Italian immigrant neighborhoods specifically, a fear compounded by the knowledge that they could not necessarily count on the same urgency or sympathy from city authorities that other communities might have received. Many of these families had come to New Orleans seeking a better life, building small grocery businesses through years of long hours and careful saving, only to find themselves now facing the added burden of being seen, by parts of the wider public and press, less as victims deserving protection and more as a curiosity, a specific ethnic community somehow marked out by fate, or by prejudice, for repeated violence. Newspaper coverage of the era, even when sympathetic, often described the victims first by their nationality and only second by their names, a small but telling detail about how the case was framed for a broader readership. Police investigations, meanwhile, struggled to produce meaningful results. Numerous suspects were questioned and, eventually, cleared. Theories multiplied. Some investigators and journalists speculated about organized crime connections, given the concentration of victims within a tight-knit immigrant business community where debts, rivalries, and old-world feuds sometimes ran deep. Others leaned toward the theory of a lone, disturbed individual acting on some private, perhaps sexually motivated or psychologically compulsive impulse that had nothing to do with the victim's ethnicity or occupation at all, and everything to do with opportunity and pattern. No suspect was ever charged. No arrest was ever made. And then, in March of 1919, the case took the strange turn that would ultimately define its place in American cultural memory forever. On March 13, 1919, the Times-Picayune published a letter addressed to the newspaper and, by extension, to the entire city, purporting to come directly from the killer himself. The letter opened dramatically, addressing the city's residents as esteemed mortal, and proceeded to make an extraordinary series of claims. Its author insisted he would never be caught, describing himself not as a human being at all but as an invisible spirit, a demon, in his own words, from the depths of hell itself, present in New Orleans to collect victims as he saw fit. The letter promised further violence, specifically, that he would strike again at 15 minutes past midnight on the night of March 19th. But it also contained the detail that has echoed through popular culture, true crime retellings, and jazz history ever since. The author claimed a personal fondness for jazz music, and swore that any home where a jazz band could be heard playing, in full swing, at the appointed hour, would be spared entirely. New Orleans took the letter with total, immediate seriousness. On the night of March 19, 1919, the city transformed itself. Every dance hall filled far beyond its normal capacity. Professional bands and amateur musicians alike played at parties held in hundreds of private homes throughout the city. Anyone who owned an instrument, or knew someone who did, found themselves pressed into impromptu performance for the sake of survival. The sound of jazz, born and raised in this very city only years earlier, filled the New Orleans night air on a scale it likely never had before, driven not by celebration but by outright terror. And when the sun rose the following morning, there had been no murders. Whether out of coincidence, a change of plans by whoever was truly responsible, or the simple, eerie effectiveness of an entire city's collective compliance with a killer's bizarre demand, the Axeman's promised violence for that specific night simply never came. It's worth pausing here on something historians studying this case have increasingly emphasized. We do not actually know, with any certainty, that the jazz letter was genuinely written by the same person responsible for the physical attacks. It's entirely possible, and a number of serious historians consider it likely, that the letter was a hoax, written by an opportunistic prankster, a journalist looking to sell papers, or simply someone capitalizing on a terrified city's obsession with a killer whose real motivations, real identity, and even real total number of victims were never established with any precision. The letter has become, over the past century, so central to the Axeman's popular legend that it's easy to forget it may have had nothing at all to do with the actual person or persons responsible for the killings. That uncertainty is, in its own way, one of the most unsettling things about this entire case. We don't just not know who the killer was. We don't even fully know which parts of the story we think we know are actually true. Consider, too, just how strange this moment really was, set against the backdrop of American history more broadly. This was 1919, a country only recently emerged from the First World War, still absorbing the aftershocks of a global influenza pandemic that had killed staggering numbers of people in cities across the country over the previous year. New Orleans, like every other American city, had already spent this period in a state of heightened anxiety, loss, and uncertainty. Into that already fragile atmosphere stepped an invisible, axe-wielding killer claiming supernatural origin, and the city's response wasn't paralysis, but a strange, defiant kind of celebration. Rather than simply barricading themselves indoors in silence, New Orleans chose sound, chose music, chose to fill the night with exactly the kind of vibrant, communal noise that a demon claiming to despise humanity's foolishness might, in theory, want to silence. It's hard not to read something almost rebellious in that choice, led underneath the fear. Attacks attributed to the Axeman continued, sporadically, through the rest of 1919. The killing most commonly cited as the final attack in the series occurred on October 27, 1919, when Mike Pepitone, another Italian grocer, was killed in his home. In this instance, Pepitone's wife was present and witnessed the attacker fleeing the scene, one of the only moments across the entire span of the case where a victim's family member directly saw the killer in the act of leaving. She described him only as a large man carrying an axe, disappearing quickly into the darkness outside. The shock of the moment, combined with poor nighttime visibility, meant she was unable to offer investigators any further identifying detail. No clearer look at his face, no distinguishing features, nothing beyond the basic silhouette of a large man and the weapon in his hand. After this attack, the pattern of killings attributed to the Axeman appears to stop. No further murders matching the established method, the removed door panel, the household's own axe used as the weapon, the absence of any robbery, were reported in New Orleans in the years that immediately followed. The killer, whoever he was, simply seemed to vanish. In the years and decades following the Axeman's apparent disappearance, one particular name became attached to the case more persistently than any other: Joseph Momfrey, sometimes rendered in different historical accounts as Mumfre or similar spellings. The theory, which gained popularity largely through later retellings of the case rather than through documented police evidence from 1919 itself, held that Mike Pepitone's widow later tracked down and shot a man she believed to be responsible for her husband's murder, a man reportedly using the name Momfrey, in California, years after the New Orleans attacks had stopped. Under this version of events, Momfrey had a history of criminal activity, possibly connected to organized crime rivalries among Italian immigrant communities, and the Axeman killings were, in this telling, not the work of a supernatural-obsessed lone predator, but the product of a targeted criminal vendetta carried out under the cover of a terrifying, seemingly random killing spree. It's a compelling theory, and one that has been repeated in countless books, articles, and documentaries about the case over the past century. But when historians have gone back to search contemporary records for any solid documentation of a man named Momfrey connected to the actual 1918 and 1919 crime scenes, official investigation files, or court records from the period, the trail runs remarkably thin. Some researchers believe Momfrey may have been an alias for someone whose real identity remains unknown. Others have questioned whether the entire California shooting story, as commonly told, is even accurately connected to the original New Orleans case at all, rather than being a separate, later incident that became folded into the Axeman legend over decades of retelling, embellishment, and imprecise historical sourcing. In short, even the case's most famous suspect may not have been real, may not have been guilty, or may not have existed in the form the popular legend describes at all. It's worth adding one more layer to the Momfrey question, because it illustrates something important about how true crime stories evolve over time. The version of events involving Pepitone's widow tracking down and confronting a man in California didn't appear prominently in contemporary 1919 or 1920 reporting. It surfaced more clearly in later decades, as writers and researchers revisited the case and pieced together a satisfying narrative arc from fragments of local rumor, second-hand recollection, and incomplete archival records. That doesn't necessarily mean the story is false, but it does mean that by the time it reached the wider public, it had already passed through the hands of storytellers who, understandably, wanted the Axeman's tale to have an ending, a face, a name, a moment of justice, however unofficial, to close out an otherwise permanently open case. Whether that ending is historically accurate remains, to this day, a matter of real scholarly disagreement. More than a century later, the Axeman of New Orleans remains, in the most honest and rigorous historical accounts, a genuinely open question on almost every level. We don't know, with real confidence, exactly how many attacks should be attributed to a single killer, rather than several separate, loosely similar incidents that frightened contemporary newspapers grouped together under one sensational name. Depending on which historian's count you follow, the death toll attributed to the Axeman ranges from as few as 4 or 5 confirmed murders to as many as a dozen or more attacks total, including victims who survived their injuries. We don't know whether the killer's apparent focus on Italian grocers reflected genuine ethnic targeting, criminal rivalry within immigrant business networks, simple opportunity given how these families lived and worked, or some combination of all three. We don't know whether the famous jazz letter, the single most enduring and culturally significant piece of the entire legend, was genuinely written by the person responsible for the physical attacks, or was an entirely separate hoax that simply happened to arrive at the peak of the city's terror and become permanently fused to the case in public memory. And we don't know, with any real certainty, who Joseph Momfrey actually was, whether he had any genuine connection to the murders at all, or whether his California death closed anything resembling the true case, or simply gave a frightened, exhausted city a convenient, unverified name to finally rest the story on. What we do know is this: for close to a year and a half, an unidentified attacker, or attackers, broke into homes across New Orleans in the dead of night, picked up whatever axe was closest at hand, and used it against the people sleeping inside, almost always members of the city's Italian immigrant grocery community, almost never taking anything of value, and almost never leaving behind any clue beyond the discarded chisel at the door and the borrowed weapon left at the scene. This absence of financial motive is itself worth sitting with for a moment. In an era when home burglary was common and often violent, a killer who repeatedly entered homes and left cash, jewelry, and other valuables completely untouched stood out immediately to investigators as something different from an ordinary criminal. It suggested a motive rooted in something psychological, personal, or ideological rather than material gain, which, in turn, made the case even harder to solve, because investigators couldn't follow the usual trail of stolen goods, pawn shops, or black market sales that so often led police to an ordinary thief. Whoever this was wanted something from these families that had nothing to do with money at all, and more than a century later, we still don't know what that something was. And then, after Mike Pepitone's murder in October of 1919, it simply stopped. No confirmed final confrontation, no definitive unmasking, no trial, no confession, no closing chapter that historians can point to with confidence and say, this is how it ended, and this is who did it. I want to end this one back where we began, on the night of March 19, 1919, because I think it's the detail from this entire case that says the most about what fear and hope can make an entire city do together. Picture it. An unidentified killer has terrorized this community for nearly a year. Families are sleeping in shifts. Grocers are boarding up back doors and keeping weapons within arm's reach. And then a letter arrives, claiming supernatural origin, promising further death, but offering, buried inside all that menace, a single strange and specific way out. Play music, fill your house with sound, and you will be spared. We'll never know for certain whether that letter came from the true killer, a copycat, or an opportunist exploiting a terrified city for a headline. But on that particular night, it didn't matter. New Orleans, a city that had already, in these very years, begun giving the world an entirely new kind of music, born out of its uncomplicated, layered history, turned itself, for one single night, into an enormous, desperate, citywide performance. Living rooms became concert halls. Amateur musicians who'd barely touched an instrument in years found themselves playing for their lives, quite literally, alongside professional bands filling every dance hall to capacity. And when the sun came up, everyone in that city had survived the night, together, through music. Whether that was the direct result of the letter's strange bargain, or simple coincidence dressed up afterward into local legend, it's hard not to find something genuinely moving in it. A city, faced with an enemy it couldn't see, couldn't name, and couldn't catch, chose to answer with sound instead of silence, with celebration instead of despair, with the very art form the city itself had helped invent, turned outward as a kind of collective, defiant shield against the dark. The Axeman was never caught. His identity, his true motive, even the true scope of what he did, remain unresolved questions still debated by historians more than 100 years later. But somewhere in that unresolved mystery is also this, proof that even in the grip of real, sustained terror, a community can choose to answer fear with music, with each other, with light and sound pushing back against a darkness that never fully explained itself. If you find yourself lying awake a little longer than usual after this one, in the quiet of your own home, take some comfort in that. Whatever walked through New Orleans in 1918 and 1919 never came back. And whoever he was, in the end, an entire city outlasted him, one jazz-filled night at a time. This case has held onto the public imagination for over a century, longer in some ways than crimes with far higher body counts or far more definitive endings. It isn't only the mystery itself, though that alone would be enough. It's the particular shape the mystery takes, a killer who wanted nothing material, who left behind almost no trace of himself beyond a discarded chisel and a borrowed axe, and who, for one strange cultural moment, seemed to reach out and bargain directly with the very city he was terrorizing, offering safety in exchange for music. That isn't a typical criminal signature. It reads more like folklore, closer to a ghost story than a police report, and that blurred line between documented history and inherited legend is part of why the Axeman has outlived nearly everyone who once investigated him. Historians who have spent years untangling fact from embellishment in this case tend to make the same observation. The story has been retold so many times, by so many writers with so many different aims, that the Real New Orleans of 1918 and 1919 and the New Orleans of popular Axeman legend have gradually drifted apart. Somewhere between those two versions sits the truth, and after more than 100 years, it may simply no longer be fully recoverable. What remains is a documented pattern of real violence against real families, wrapped in a century of accumulated myth that has, in its own way, kept their story alive, even if it's rarely told now with their names, their fear, and their loss placed clearly back at the center of it. That's worth remembering the next time this case comes up as a spooky footnote to jazz history. Behind the letter, behind the citywide performance held out of terror, behind the demon from hell theatrics of a submission whose true authorship will likely never confirm, there were real grocers and real families who lost loved ones, or narrowly survived losing their own lives, to an assailant never identified, never tried, and never made to answer for any of it. The music that filled New Orleans on the night of March 19, 1919 was, in the end, an act of collective survival, but it didn't undo the harm already done to the families who came before that single spared night, and it offered no protection to anyone the killer might still have reached afterward, had he chosen to continue. Story 9. Picture a beach in Adelaide, Australia, on a warm summer evening in late November of 1948. Somerton Beach. The kind of place where people walk after dinner to catch the last of the sea breeze. And propped up against the sea wall, one evening, a well-dressed man sits quietly, almost peacefully, as though he's simply resting. The next morning, he's still there. Except now he's dead. No wallet. No identification of any kind. Every single label cut out of every piece of his clothing. No obvious injuries, no signs of a struggle, nothing to suggest what killed him at all. Just a man in his 40s, in excellent physical condition, sitting against a sea wall as though he'd simply decided, at some point in the night, to stop. Months later, a tiny piece of paper is discovered sewn into a hidden pocket of his trousers, a pocket so easy to overlook that the original examiners missed it entirely. On it, 2 words, printed in an elegant, unusual typeface. Persian words. Words that, translated, mean simply, "It is ended." That scrap of paper had been torn from the final page of a rare edition of a centuries-old book of poetry. And when police finally tracked down the exact copy it came from, they found something written in pencil on the inside back cover, a sequence of letters that looked, to more than one code expert who examined it over the following decades, exactly like a cipher. A code. One that, to this day, has never been definitively broken. For over 70 years, nobody knew this man's name. Nobody could explain how he died. And the deeper investigators dug, the stranger the case became. Spies, secret codes, a mysterious woman who reportedly nearly fainted at the sight of his face, and a poem whose final line may have been the last message he ever left behind. This is the story of the Somerton Man, the Tamam Shud case. Get comfortable. This is Australia's most enduring unsolved mystery, and even now, with a name finally attached to it, the ending still isn't entirely clear. On the evening of November 30th, 1948, a jeweler named John Bain Lyons and his wife went for an evening stroll along Somerton Beach, a quiet seaside stretch a few miles south of Adelaide. As they walked, they noticed a well-dressed man lying near the sea wall, propped in a reclined position, legs crossed at the ankles, one arm resting across his chest. He looked, by their account, as though he might simply be resting or asleep, perhaps enjoying the cool evening air after a day too warm for comfort. They thought little of it at the time. It wasn't unusual, on a mild evening, to see someone relaxing by the shore. The next morning, December 1st, 1948, a couple out walking noticed the same man still in almost exactly the same position, and this time, something about his stillness raised alarm. Police were called. The man was found dead, his body cold and beginning to stiffen, positioned so naturally that investigators initially wondered whether he might have died peacefully in his sleep rather than through any violent or suspicious means. He was estimated to be around 40 to 45 years old, in excellent physical condition, described by the examining pathologist as being in what amounted to peak physical health, aside from being a heavy smoker. He stood just under 6 feet tall, with gray eyes and fair, ginger-tinged hair beginning to gray slightly at the temples. He was well dressed, in a style that suggested some means, though his clothing showed signs of having been recently, carefully altered. There was no wallet, no form of identification whatsoever, and when investigators examined his clothing closely, they discovered something immediately unsettling. Nearly every label had been carefully removed from every single garment he was wearing, a level of deliberate anonymization that echoed, eerily, cases investigators in other countries would encounter in the decades to come. Whoever this man was, either he, or someone else, had gone to considerable trouble to ensure that his clothing alone could never identify him. The initial pathology examination could find no obvious cause of death. No visible wounds, no signs of a struggle, nothing pointing to poison or trauma that 1948-era forensic tools could readily detect. The pathologist privately suspected poisoning, given the man's otherwise excellent physical condition and the complete absence of any natural explanation for his death, but no toxicological evidence was ever found to confirm it. Even now, more than 70 years later, the official cause of the Somerton man's death has never been conclusively established. As investigators worked to identify the dead man, they discovered a suitcase that had been checked into the cloakroom at Adelaide's Central Railway Station, deposited there the previous day. Inside were various pieces of clothing, again, largely stripped of identifying labels, though a few items bore only the laundry mark T, Keen or similar variations, a lead that investigators pursued extensively without ever successfully tracing it to a real, matching individual anywhere in the country. The suitcase also contained a somewhat unusual assortment of items, a stenciling brush, of the type used by a ship's crew member to mark cargo, along with other tools that suggested, without ever confirming, some possible connection to maritime work. And yet no shipping line, no port authority, no maritime employment record anywhere in Australia could be matched to the dead man's description, fingerprints, or dental records. His fingerprints, when circulated to international law enforcement agencies, matched no one on file anywhere in the world that investigators could access at the time, an unusual result in itself, since it suggested this was not simply a man who had slipped through Australian records, but someone whose prints weren't on file with any allied nation's law enforcement or immigration systems either, despite an extensive circulation effort. Weeks passed, then months, and still, nobody came forward to identify him. No family reported a missing relative matching his description. No employer reported a missing worker. Newspapers throughout Australia carried his photograph and description, appealing to the public for any information at all. The silence, across an entire country, was total. It was only during a more thorough second examination of the body and its effects, weeks after the initial investigation, that a police pathologist noticed something the original examiners had entirely overlooked: a small, easily missed pocket sewn into the waistband of the dead man's trousers, the kind of hidden pocket sometimes used to carry a pocket watch securely, tucked away from casual view. Inside it, tightly rolled, was a tiny scrap of paper. When unrolled, it revealed two words, printed in an elegant, distinctive typeface, Tamam Shud. A police reporter covering the case recognized the phrase as Persian and suggested investigators track down a specific literary source. The Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, a centuries-old collection of Persian poetry that had, through a beloved English translation, become widely popular reading in Australia, particularly among servicemen and their families during and after the war years. The phrase Tamam Shud appears as the very last line of the book, its final words, meaning, roughly, it is ended, or it is finished. Investigators launched an extensive search to find the specific copy of the book from which this fragment had been torn, checking with libraries, bookshops, and publishers throughout the region for an edition using this particular, unusual typeface. For a time, the search seemed hopeless, until, remarkably, a man came forward who had found a copy of the exact book, seemingly discarded, in the back seat of his unlocked car, parked near Somerton Beach around the time of the death. He hadn't connected it to the news coverage of the case until much later. When investigators examined this recovered copy, they found that its final page, the page bearing the words Tamam Shud, was indeed missing, and that the torn scrap found sewn into the dead man's trousers fit the remaining torn edge of the book precisely, confirming beyond doubt that this was the exact copy the fragment had come from. But the book held one more secret. On the inside of the back cover, faintly penciled, was a sequence of capital letters, arranged in 5 short lines, along with what appeared to be a telephone number, also written in pencil, partially erased but still legible enough to trace. The sequence of letters found inside the book has never been definitively decoded, despite more than 7 decades of attempts by amateur code breakers, university researchers, cryptography enthusiasts, and, according to some accounts, even military intelligence analysts who examined it during the tense early years of the Cold War. Some experts who studied the sequence concluded it was most likely a cipher of some kind, possibly a message written using a technique known as a book cipher or one-time pad, methods historically associated with espionage and covert communication, where a specific book serves as the encryption key, meaning a message can only be decoded by someone possessing the exact same edition, and knowing precisely which words or letters correspond to which parts of the coded message. Others have argued, with equal confidence, that the letters may not represent a genuine, meaningful code at all, but rather a private shorthand, an initialed list of some kind, or even, potentially, nothing more significant than idle handwriting. The traced telephone number led investigators to a nurse living in the Adelaide suburb of Glenelg, not far from where the body had been found. Her name, in most published accounts of the case, has come to be recorded as Jessica Thompson, though at the time of the original investigation, police kept her identity largely out of public record at her own request. When shown a plaster cast that had been made of the dead man's face and upper body, created before burial specifically in case identification became possible later, witnesses present in the room described her reaction as strikingly, unmistakably shaken. Several accounts from the time describe her appearing on the verge of fainting at the sight of the cast, a reaction that seemed, to those present, to go well beyond simple discomfort at viewing a death mask of a stranger. She denied, both at the time and for the remainder of her life, ever having known the man. Investigators were never able to conclusively establish a connection between her and the deceased beyond the traced telephone number and her striking, unexplained reaction. She died decades later, having maintained her denial to the end, though her family, in later years, would offer perspectives on her private life and possible connections to the case that added further, unresolved layers to an already tangled mystery. Over more than 7 decades, a handful of theories have dominated public and investigative speculation about who the Somerton man was, and how he came to die on that beach. The espionage theory has remained, for many researchers, the most compelling explanation, largely because so many individual details point in that direction at once. The timing, late 1948, at the very start of the Cold War, with tensions between Western nations and the Soviet Union rapidly intensifying, placed Adelaide, home to sensitive government research and weapons testing facilities, squarely within a landscape where intelligence activity, on multiple sides, was a genuine and active concern. The apparent code, the untraceable clothing, the fingerprints unmatched anywhere in the world, and the possible use of an undetectable poison have all been cited by proponents of this theory as consistent with the profile of a trained intelligence operative, whether the man was a foreign agent, a defector, or someone caught between competing intelligence interests. The suicide theory points to the phrase tamam shud itself as a deliberate, symbolic final message, a man choosing to end his own life and leaving behind, quite literally, a note reading "it is finished," torn from a book whose central themes include mortality, fate, and the fleeting nature of existence. Under this reading, the removed clothing labels and lack of identification may have reflected a private, personal decision to die anonymously, without dragging his identity, or those connected to him, into public scrutiny. The heartbreak or personal connection theory, closely tied to the mystery surrounding Jessica Thompson, suggests that the Somerton man's death may have been connected to some private emotional entanglement with her specifically, whether a former relationship, an unresolved connection, or something else the full truth of which she apparently chose to carry to her grave. Her reported reaction to the plaster cast, combined with details her own family would later discuss about her private life, has kept this theory alive as one of the case's most emotionally resonant, if still ultimately unconfirmed, possibilities. For over 70 years, none of these theories could be definitively proven or ruled out. The case remained, formally, unsolved, one of the most famous cold cases in the world, studied by professional investigators, amateur code breakers, university researchers, and true crime enthusiasts across multiple generations, all chasing the same unanswered question: who was this man? Recognizing that they might be disposing of crucial evidence, South Australian police made an unusual decision before burying the unidentified man. They had his body embalmed, and a plaster cast taken of his head and upper torso, specifically so that if identification technology ever advanced enough to reopen the case, his remains could still be examined. He was buried in a specially chosen plot of dry ground at West Terrace Cemetery in Adelaide, his headstone reading simply, "Here lies the unknown man." For decades afterward, unexplained flowers occasionally appeared at his grave, left by visitors whose identity and motive were never established. In May of 2021, more than 70 years after his burial, Australian authorities exhumed the Somerton man's remains, hoping that modern DNA analysis, combined with the same forensic genetic genealogy techniques that had begun cracking open other long-unsolved cases around the world, might finally succeed where decades of conventional investigation had failed. In July of 2022, researchers announced what they believed to be a breakthrough. Using DNA extracted from the exhumed remains and comparing it against an enormous web of distant genetic relatives through public genealogy databases, they constructed a family tree that appeared to converge on a specific individual, a man named Carl Charles Webb, an electrical engineer born in Melbourne in 1905. The proposed identification offered, for the first time, a coherent human story behind the case. Webb, according to researchers' findings, had reportedly experienced a difficult and troubled adult life, including the breakdown of his marriage, and seemed, in the years leading up to 1948, to have become increasingly isolated from friends, family, and any stable, traceable pattern of daily life, circumstances that some researchers suggested might help explain both his presence in Adelaide, far from his known Melbourne origins, and the extraordinary anonymity surrounding his final months. At the time of the announcement, official confirmation from South Australian forensic and police authorities remained notably cautious. The identification, while presented with considerable confidence by the independent researchers who developed it, had not yet been formally, publicly certified by the state's official forensic science authority. For a case that had resisted identification for over 7 decades, even this breakthrough arrived wrapped in the same careful, unresolved uncertainty that has defined the Somerton man's story from the very beginning. Even with a proposed name now attached to the Somerton man's story, the deepest, most haunting questions at the center of this case remain exactly where they've always been. We still don't know, with certainty, how he died. No poison was ever conclusively identified in his remains, despite the pathologist's strong private suspicion at the time. No definitive natural cause was ever established either. Whether Carl Webb, if that identification holds, died of illness, of a self-administered substance, or at the hands of someone else entirely, remains as unresolved now as it was in December of 1948. We still don't know what the penciled code inside the rubaire actually says. or whether it says anything meaningful at all. Every attempt to crack it over more than 70 years, by professional cryptographers and dedicated amateurs alike, has ultimately failed to produce a solution that the wider community of experts accepts as definitive. And we still don't know, even with a name now potentially attached to the case, exactly what connection, if any, existed between this man and Jessica Thompson, why her phone number was written inside his book, or why, according to those who were in the room, she reacted the way she did upon seeing his face for what she always insisted was the very first time. I want to leave you, tonight, with the words that started this entire mystery, the 2 words torn from the final page of a poem about mortality, fate, and the fleeting, uncertain nature of a single human life. Tamam Shud. It is ended. For over 70 years, this man had no name, no family who claimed him, no explanation for how or why his life came to a quiet, mysterious close against a sea wall on a warm Australian evening. Strangers visited his grave for decades, leaving flowers whose origin was never explained, drawn to a mystery that somehow felt, to so many people who never knew him, worth honoring anyway. Now, perhaps, we have a name. Carl Webb, an engineer from Melbourne, a man who, by whatever private unraveling of circumstance, ended up entirely alone, entirely unidentifiable, on a beach hundreds of miles from where his life began. If that identification holds, it gives us, finally, a person to picture behind all those decades of speculation, not a spy, not a symbol, not a cipher, but simply a man whose life, for reasons still not fully understood, came apart quietly enough that when it ended, almost no trace of who he had been was left behind for anyone to find. Whether he chose that ending himself, or whether it was chosen for him, remains a question that may never be fully answered. The code inside his book may never be broken. The full truth of Jessica Thompson's connection to him died with her. But somewhere in Adelaide tonight, under a headstone that has slowly, quietly begun to gain a name after more than 70 years of anonymity, a man who once wrote, or carried, or was given, the words "it is ended" is finally, however incompletely, being remembered as who he actually was.